Rob, you can start getting things queued up.
Sure, I'll start the live stream here and we'll start recording once you get going.
And let me know when I can begin, okay? But let's give it a minute or so, just in case they're having technical difficulties getting in. Okay, we'll get started, Rob. Whenever you tell me I can go.
All right, you're good to proceed, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, sir. So good morning, everyone. It's January 29th, and this is a special Committee of the Whole meeting to deal with our budget. I want to call the meeting to order. Madam Clerk, roll call.
We have all members in attendance with the exception of Councillors Gamble and Klumpus, and I will let you know, Mr. Warden, when they do arrive.
Thank you very much. Is there any declaration of interest from anyone? I see no hands. I see none. And so if one does arise during the course of the meeting, I would ask you to declare it at that time. We're on to item number 4, which is dealing with both a budget summary and budget details. And so with that said, I'll turn things over to Kevin Wepler, our treasurer. Kevin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Warden. I intend to proceed like we have done the last couple of years with this. So I intend to bring up the budget summary, which is kind of the executive document. It's an easy reference for the public and council to kind of highlights the budget, and there's not as many detailed pages. So I've never shared my screen in Zoom before, so I'm going to give this a try. Okay.
We all have to learn sometime.
Yes.
While Mr. Wepler is doing that, I will note that Councillor Klumpus has joined us.
Hi, good morning, Councillor Klumpus.
Do you see that now, or?
Yes, Kevin, that's good.
Okay. Okay. So I'll walk you through this and what I want to highlight. So the 2021 budget has operating and capital expenses about 171 million. After operating capital revenues, reserves, and capital financing are calculated, about 63 million needs to be raised through taxes to maintain and enhance existing services. Grey County's new assessment growth of 1.2 million is included in county revenue here, bringing the net levy increase for 2021 to a 3.1%, or about 1.9 million needs to be raised in a tax increase. So, and that is what is being proposed here in this document. That's broken down in that 171 million, about 130 million goes to operating expenses and 41 million goes to capital expenses. Key 2021 proposed budget investments. We're trying to maintain the current programs and enhance service levels and support important projects as we adjusted changes in provincial funding levels for some services, and some of the investments are highlighted below here. We're investing in roads and bridges, new paramedic base in Durham. I won't read all of these because each of the directors will get into these in the detailed package, but some of the highlights here. The additional affordable housing fund, the community safety and well-being project, additional hours for upstaffing the Chatsworth paramedic service base to enhance response times. So what does all that 1.9 million in a tax increase mean? That means it's a 3.11% increase to raise an additional 1.9, which is above the utilizing the growth of 1.2 million. So it amounts to about $11 per $100,000 of assessment onto a residential property owner, or on the average household, about $37. So I do make a note on here that $11.09 per 100,000 will differ depending on what property class and you are in the county. For example, commercial have a different tax ratio and would pay a different amount of taxes in. So, but this is referencing, like I said, to the residential property assessment, so which makes up, the significant portion of our budget is funded by the residential class. So the 2021 operating capital budget net levy requirements. I broke this down in our functions. We'll have to look in future years. This is based on the old standing committees and how they were structured, and it did help make these documents easier to break them down, but it's maybe time to start looking at doing these breakouts differently. But for this year, I've continued with this practice. So for what I'm illustrating in here is we're looking at corporate services, an increase of about $330,000. Planning and community development, about $75,000. And social services, $241,000. Transportation and public safety, $786,000. In saying this, I've pulled out the asset management plan funding. That's a 1% that council has endorsed in the past, of including as an annual increase, as well as the affordable housing fund that was put forth by the task force, of including 1.1 million into the budget, and then net of the new assessment growth. So if in saying this, if we had no assessment growth here and all those costs were in, you'd be looking at a 5.26% levy increase. But with the growth in that, we're down to a 3.1. But I wanted to highlight there that if we were not moving forward with our asset management plan or the affordable housing fund, net of assessment growth, you'd be looking at a 0.32% increase on the 2021 budget. But so these significant investments are what I say is driving this increase for this year. But these, we believe, are what council is supporting and is looking for staff to include in the budget. So this is where we're at today. The 2021 budget, this pie chart here, just to illustrate where all the spending occurs. And in that, I'd just like to highlight that if you add up all those health and the service that are helping people, such as healthcare, Ontario Works and childcare, affordable housing, long-term care, and paramedic services, you're looking at 64% of the expenditures going to those services to help people. Background on how the budget is built and what it delivers. So we can, as a consolidated municipal service manager, we're mandated to deliver services and many important social and community health services programs. So we provide 321 long-term care beds. I know we've always said that we have 316. We have 5 temporary licenses right now with the COVID pandemic. So we have right now, we're operating 321 long-term care beds. We maintain 997 units of safe and affordable housing across the county, responding to more than 27,000 annual calls through paramedic services. We deliver income support and employment assistance. We help families access affordable childcare. And we maintain over 1,600 lane kilometers of roads and more than 192 bridges and structures over 3 meters. When we build the budget, each department, they sit and go through their budget, and then they meet with the chief administrative officer and myself to review their revenues, their expenditures, and their net levy requirements, and any service level or staffing enhancements. From there, once those are reviewed, the senior management team then further reviews and discusses these proposed budget plans. And then once those are complete, I provide to council a corporate budget overview background. And I brought that in back in November, I think. And at that time, we were estimating a 2.18% increase at that time. And then since that, then the Affordable Housing Task Force has asked for additional funds to be placed in. So that's where we are today. I also want to mention here, building the budget, some municipalities do their capital and their operating all together. We've always done the 10-year capital as a separate document and do it on a different time in the year. And then what we propose from that is that we include that first year of that 10-year program into this annual budget. So that has also occurred as part of the budget process, okay? I mentioned about the functions and how we break them down and what the responsibilities are. So that's there. Highlights, I'm not going to go into these because these will be brought up by each director or manager as we get into the detailed budget section, okay? Our people here, we have about 933 employees between full-time, part-time, students, and contract. Delivering these services. We have unionized staff represented by 9 separate bargaining units. And also included in the 2021 budget, the non-union employee group annual wage increase has been budgeted and proposed in here at 1.62%. Just like to highlight in the breakdown of the unionized staff there, the contract end dates, you're going to see a busy schedule for 2020 of what HR staff's going to have to undertake here with the number of contracts that have either ended or will be ending. So funding our services, this is the breakdown of the gross expenditures by the various departments. So you see the 171,000 in gross expenditures. Federal and provincial grants provide about 64 million. Reserve funding that we're using is about 23 million. Other funding, which could be long-term residence fees, housing tenant rent, admissions, etc., account for about 21 million. Bringing that down to about a 63 million then has to be raised from taxation. And then as well, this chart illustrates of the county level, what portions is that going to fund there as well. So, and also we've put in there the how much dollar-wise per $100,000 each of those services then is on the tax bill. So, and in this chart, you'll see that transportation services is one of the biggest portions of your tax bill is going to fund roads and bridges then, okay? The next document is the net dollars by function. Here you'll see that we start with the corporate services. And this section of the budget is looking for a $331,400 increase in taxation. The planning and development section is looking for a $75,000 increase from 2020 to 2021. The social services, housing, and long-term care is looking for almost $1.4 million. And then transportation and public safety, which includes paramedic services and transportation services, is looking for about $1.1 million. Bringing this total increase of about $3 million, which is offset by $1,242,000 in new assessment growth, bringing down that levy increase amount from taxation for a tax increase of 1.9 million. And that's your 3.1% increase for 2021 that's being proposed. And then we just, there's a slide here for about additional information and who to contact. So that's the summary. Before I go into details and we start having each manager or director speak to them, is there any questions that?
I can't see everyone, but I'm flipping through. I don't see any hands as yet. Madam Clerk, am I?
Yes, I do see Councillor Robinson's put a comment, plus I do see hands from Councillors Desai and Soever.
Okay. Sorry, I missed the first name, but I do see Councillor Desai. Maybe you can help me out after. I'll start with Councillor Desai.
Thank you. Mr. Chair. Warden Hicks, I have 3 questions here. The first one is with regards to the assessment. I do appreciate the assessment, the levy increase per $100,000 of assessment. My question is, what is the average assessment in Grey County across in terms of residential properties? My second question is with regards to asset management. we've normally been in practice of putting away 1% of previous year's budget, it seems. I'm questioning whether it shouldn't be 1% of the current year's budget. If Kevin could expand on that a little bit. And then the third question is, at one point we had a motion, I guess, or a recommendation where we would put away 0.5% of the levy towards healthcare funding, and I don't think I saw that in this budget. So if Kevin could expand on that as well. I also should have started with great job. It's a very responsible budget, I think, given all the challenges that we're facing. So I don't envy staff having to do a budget this year, and so I do appreciate the work that's gone into it. Thank you.
Kevin?
Yes, average across the county, like a single family dwelling not on waterfront is, according to MPAC's values, they've given is about $278,000. Now, those vary from community to community, but that's an average across the county, okay? The 1% for our asset management plan, it's really just because when we start, we know what transportation knows what last year's budget is, and that's why we use that number just for ease. So you'd be looking at a difference, like we put in there 598,000 versus 1% now with growth would be 610. So you'd be looking at a difference about $2,000. So that's the way we do that. The other question about the 0.5% for healthcare initiative, it is in the budget, and it is in the detailed section there. So I will speak to that and what's included there as well. Did I miss any questions? Okay.
Nope, you got them all. Thank you very much.
Okay, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Desai. Councillor Soever.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I want to thank Kevin for his excellent presentation. And clearly there's a lot of work that goes into these documents, and I think he's done a great job. On the assessment increase, I think looking at that new growth number, it would seem to me, it's largely coming from several areas of the county. Do we analyze whether we've captured the building permits? Do we look back and say, okay, how are the building permits in 2019, say? And because we should see that new growth. Obviously, there's going to be some reductions as well. But I know I raised this question earlier, but I think, it's important that we look at that revenue side. And I'm just wondering what we do to assess whether we're capturing it all.
I do not track the building permits in that. What I have done in the budget for the last number of years here is that under the taxation and other section, when I estimate when I'm looking at supplementary assessment that will occur during the year and any write-offs, I've taken MPAC's reports that they've given us based on, I believe it's the last 3 years average of new assessment that they've provided by community onto the roll. As well, I take the averages of what we've seen in write-offs, and then we do an appeal analysis because there is appeals on properties for significant properties that some are still not resolved after 7 years that are sitting there. So we're sitting there and as the county accruing what we think the success of those appeals will be. And then from that, I bring in that amount of what I think then that's going to come on. So in the net summary, you'll see from taxation and other, you'll see a column about 360,000 is what I'm anticipating of the net of the subs and the write-offs will be for the 2021 year.
Thank you.
Anything else, Councillor Soever?
Well, just a point of order on clarity. Are we going to be voting on the entire budget as one question, or are we going to vote on each section as a separate question? Because I recognize under the procedural bylaw and to make sure the debate moves quickly that our abilities to speak are twice to one question. So, I just want to make sure that I allocate my time appropriately.
So I will let you know, I think I wrote an email to you on that
Yes.
question, Councillor Suever. So my plan is that we will have each department head make a presentation as usual. We'll have questions after each of those presentations, and then we will have one vote at the end.
Okay, thank
Does that
you.
help?
Yes, I think that provides some clarity for all councillors.
Okay. All right. I think we're moving on, are we? Councillor Carlton, I think I saw your hand at one point, but it's not there anymore.
And Councillor Robinson.
Ah, okay. So I'll start with Councillor Carlton if indeed she did have her hand up.
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. And then Councillor Robinson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Warden, and good morning to everyone. I just want to identify that I'm going to declare an interest. My husband and I had a membership at Grey Roots and Archives in 2019. We have not since renewed the membership. I believe there was an extension at one point, but we have not paid any fees towards membership for 2020 or 2021. However, I just want it out there as we're addressing it, but it just simply is an interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Kevin, I think we're ready to proceed.
Councillor Potter, I see his hand.
It's hard. I wonder if we could get the screen to show, because I'm seeing only 4 at a time. I keep flipping back and forth, but I'm not able to see the hands. There we go. Councillor Potter, I see you.
Thank you. Yeah, not seeing me is not usually a problem. Kevin, maybe you're going to address this in another section of the presentation today, and if so, I'll wait till then. But I think we all expect that the province and even the federal government are going to be hard put to keep up the pace of spending next year. So how are we dealing with that? Do we have any insights yet? And what's your thinking? What's gone into this budget? And I don't need great details, just some ideas of where you're heading.
I guess I don't know where the province is heading, and I did illustrate in the detailed document some of the provincial downloading or cost sharing changes that have occurred. I've placed those in there. As will the province follow through with the changes they were going to do with the health unit? And that I really don't know. So I have illustrated in the detailed document some concerns of what could be coming in the future, but I haven't put aside additional money here, like say a transfer to reserve to build up tax to accommodate that loss. I haven't done that. I just didn't feel I had enough information to make that kind of decision, to understand exactly what the government's going to do. So if that's something I guess council wants to consider, but we haven't done anything on that front. I'll be honest.
Okay, your crystal ball isn't any better than mine, and I can sympathize.
Thank you, Councillor Potter. I don't see any other questions. So with that said, Kevin, we can move along.
Do you see the 2021 budget details now? Okay.
We do, yes.
Okay, these are all the indexes here. They're all from our communication department. They're all linked, so it'll if you click on that index, it'll take you to the page you're looking for. So I've talked about the gross expenditures already. I'm planning to scroll down to the summary sections of this budget. Which I just had gone over with just prior to this under the summary document. So we'll get into what these are. Included in this is also the gross expenditures by the various functions, so you can see exactly what the gross expenditures are actually occurring. And
sorry, Kevin, just to help everyone, I think we're on page 46.
Yeah, so yeah,
Packet,
I'll
yeah.
go back. My apologies. I'm starting on page 40.
That's all right.
So the net document is there that I had spoken to under the summary one, because it's included in both. Included here is also a gross expenditure dollars analysis showing your $171 million in gross expenditures. Staff also do this detailed gross summary where we pull out the to and the from reserves just to try to illustrate what's actually being spent in gross expenditures and not just being set aside to reserves, for example. And then this leads us into the overviews of that I want to speak to here, and we'll let each of the, like I said, the directors and managers speak to it. So this is where I'm going to start, is on page 53. My apologies. I have a set of notes here just to help myself follow along. So I'm just getting organized my desk. So if I'm looking down or something, you'll know what I'm looking at here, just so I have some side notes and some things I've highlighted. So
I can't see you unless you're one of the four at the bottom of the
okay.
screen.
Okay, so I'm good that way. For the corporate services budget details, the corporate services function, the 2021 budget for the corporate services function includes a net requirement, a total of operating capital of $10,864,600 compared to $10,533,220, an increase of $331,400. So the first budget that's under the corporate services is council budget, and I'm going to turn to Heather Morrison. That's a budget she has under her portfolio.
Thank you, Kevin. Just a couple of highlights from the council budget. There has been a decrease in travel and meals proposed for the first part of 2021 due to the ongoing COVID pandemic and our continuing usage of virtual meetings. There is an increase, there's been an increase in the FCM, or Federal Canadian Municipalities membership for 2021. But this membership also provides membership for all of the 9 local municipalities within Grey County as well. So Grey County covers that cost for all of the county and its local municipalities. And within the budget line for this memberships is also AMO, Western Ontario Wardens, Great Lakes, and Good Roads Association. As well, there are computer purchases being proposed for 2021 rather than the iPads, and these computers will be used for the remainder of the term and into the following council term as well. And that money is coming from the reserve, so with no impact on the current budget. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions, council? I guess, Heather, I don't see any others with questions, but on the issue of the laptops, is there, I really enjoy, I have to say, really enjoy using my iPad for Zoom meetings and whatnot. And it's nice to have that second screen. You mentioned that the laptops would replace the iPads.
Yes, that is correct.
Right. Is there any chance that we could keep the iPads? I'm not anticipating there would be any additional cost there.
Mm-hmm. I don't see any additional cost, but I turn to either Kevin or Jody to help me out with that one a little bit.
I wonder if Jody can describe what he's planning on purchasing for council. And the only comment I would have is trying to keep 2 devices. Just on the, if you're going forward with that initiative as a council wanting 2 devices provided to each councillor, it would just be, we'd probably have to increase our transfer to reserve amount to be able to afford to fund those when those replacements occurred. That's my comment. Is Jody on there that he can speak to what he's thinking on procuring for the council here?
Jody is on. I just don't hear him.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yes.
Have to unmute in more than one place. Good morning. And so what I was saying was that we are looking at procuring the same laptops that we use for staff currently. So those would be a 12 or 15 inch, depending on what we choose, laptop screen. That's what staff are mostly using when they're tuning into council. In terms of additional costs or how it might work to keep the iPad and the laptop, I don't think we would worry too much about additional costs. I'll explain how the IS budget is funded back to departments, and that doesn't matter a whole lot for council. We certainly don't need to license anything extra in terms of your user profile. So it might be the kind of thing where we, offer a choice if it's feasible to keep it and use both. And then when council takes its next term in a year or so, and we're looking at the replacement of the iPads, maybe we don't, and that's when we stick with just the laptops.
Right. I don't mean to belabor this point, but if you saw my setup right now, my iPad is the device that I'm using for the communication and to see everyone on the screen. And I have two extra screens on the side. I was just thinking for other people, it might be helpful if they had their iPad for the Zoom meeting portion because it works nicely for that. And then have the laptop that they can actually, scroll the document that they are reviewing at the time. I see Councillor Carlton.
And Councillor Robinson has indicated a question as well.
Thank you.
Councillor
Carlton?
Robinson was ahead of me.
No, I'll let you go, Councillor Carlton. Go ahead, and then I'll get to Councillor Robinson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warden. I would agree with you. I do the same thing. I have my iPad and my personal laptop running so that I see the meeting agenda on one and see Zoom on the other one. So I would agree. I like having both devices.
Thank you. And Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Warden. My question is dealing with memberships. And I'm just looking for a quick question of clarity to our clerk. For the FCM, AMO, and Good Roads membership, how is that connected with the lower tiers? Just by way of additional information. Thank you.
Good.
Thank
Heather?
you. So, so it's, the county holds memberships specifically for the county for Western Ontario Wardens, Great Lakes, OGRA, and AMO. But our FCM membership covers all of the local municipalities, including the county.
So,
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands, Madam Clerk.
Councillor Mackey.
Councillor Mackey, please go ahead.
Thanks, Warden. And just in regards to the iPad, I would also like to keep my iPad. I think Jody outlined a nice transition for this council. Maybe not replacing them at the new term of council, but in the interim, I would certainly like to continue having my iPad. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else, Madam Clerk?
No,
I
sir.
don't see anyone. Okay. So Kevin, we can proceed then.
Okay. Next section I'm going to move into is the administrative budgets, and I'll speak to this. And if I need assistance from some of the other directors or managers, I'll call upon them. But so the 2021 administrative budget includes a net departmental requirement of just about almost 5.8 million compared to 5.4 in 2020, an increase of about 343,000.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Kevin. If you would just please let us know what page you're at,
yeah.
that might be helpful for council.
Yep, 53 still. So, and I'll try to toggle on the screen which page I'm looking, but I will try to remember to reference that. So keep reminding me, Warden. Thank you. So I'm on page 53 on the right-hand side, administrative budgets here. And the administrative budgets are the budgets of the CAO, clerks, finance, HR, IT, communications, etc. Those corporate overview budgets. So of that $343,000 increase, I'll just speak to some of the things. Investment income is being budgeted lower in 21 due to lower yields of return being realized as a result of the bank rate reductions that occurred in 2020. As per the cash and investment management policy, the net revenue budget from investments that exceeds 1% of the county's own purpose levies to be placed into the one-time funding reserve for use in funding non-recurring expenditures. A 2021 transfer reserve in the amount of $476,500 has been budgeted. Salaries and benefits include additional funding for staffing service level enhancements in 2021, along with a 1.62% cost of living adjustment. Operational reviews of the Human Resources and Finance departments were completed in 2020 by external consultants under the province's Municipal Modernization Program. Resources in the Human Resource Department have been adjusted to provide the level of strategic leadership necessary for the complex and changing needs of the county. Funding has been included for a new payroll supervisor position to support the payroll staff and to also help manage benefit issues in dealing with daily inquiries from leadership and staff. An additional financial analyst position in the finance department has been included in the 21 budget. This position would assist with providing financial support for several of the new programs that the county has undertaken and assist leadership staff with special projects. The inclusion of this position is proactive in addressing consistent overtime in the finance department and would help provide some work-life balance. We've also in 55,000 in reserve funding has been included in the 2021 budget for the implementation of the community safety and well-being plan. This is a joint project with Bruce County that includes funding for the cost of the consultant. Under capital, the 21 budget requires a capital net requirement of $251,900, requiring an increase of $42,100. So I'm on page 54 here still. The primary reasons for the increase is we're putting additional tax funding has been included in the HR capital budget for the future refresh of the HRIS, the Human Resources Information System, that's the software, and funding for the future IT security audits of the county's IT network. So those were there was about 13.9. We put in additional money to reserve per year for the HRS system, and it's about 22,000 a year we're putting into reserve for the future update of the IT security audit. So that was the bulk of that change. Then we've listed here all the capital expenses that have been budgeted, and I highlighted those two, and then I should mention that the also included in here is the $1.6 million for the undertaking of the enhanced fire radio communication projects to be funded from reserves. So, and if there's any questions on those items or that, I'll try to answer them, but I'll pause there now, Warden.
Kevin, I'll let you go all the way through this section to page 61, and then we can invite questions, okay?
Okay. That's what you wish to do. We can do that. Yep. Okay. I'm on page 56 now, the workers' compensation and weekly indemnity. I'm going to turn this over to Sandra Shipley from our HR department to speak to that.
Good morning, Warden and members of council. The workers' compensation budget is to fund the self-insured portion of our WSIB. This budget is built by charging each department a premium rate similar to what they would pay as Schedule 1. That premium collected from those departments goes to the workers' comp budget. And out of those funds collected, we pay the costs of WSIB claims. So the WSIB self-insured fund works exactly the same way as far as claims management goes as if we were not self-insured. WSIB adjudicates the claims, makes decisions on the claims, approves the claims or not. And for that, they charge us an administration fee. So the revenue collected, if you want to call it revenue from each department, is there. And then all of the costs associated with those claims, including the purchase catastrophic loss insurance, is all funded from that those funds that are collected. The weekly indemnity budget, again, is a self-insured short-term disability fund. and it is for the unionized employees in our 3 long-term care homes. Again, we set the rate and charge the long-term care homes a premium based on the wages of the full-time staff who receive weekly indemnity or short-term disability payments if they become ill or injured outside of the workplace. And we pay for all of the claims costs, including doctor's notes and so on. A third-party disability company adjudicates those claims and tell us, yes, they're eligible, they meet the criteria, the worker is disabled from their own job, and then the HR department pays those wages out of that fund. The fees by the third-party disability company, they not only manage and adjudicate our insured or self-insured short-term disability, but for our part-time staff who we don't pay when they're off, they go through the same process of having their absence adjudicated to ensure that their need to be away from work is medically supported.
The next budget I guess we'll have spoken to is information services budget, and that's I'm on page 56, and Jody McCracken will speak to that, our IT manager.
Thank you. Just for council's knowledge, I'm just having them go all the way through to page 61, then I'll open things up for questions, okay?
Okay, thanks, Kevin. The IS operating budget is essentially the cost of running our network. So that's all the hardware that goes into the network, our internet services, additional equipment, any enterprise software that's used by the whole corporation. We charge this budget back to the other departments. It includes our Microsoft licensing. For Microsoft licensing, we track what other departments are using and charge that back directly. Everything else, we break it up based on the PC count per department and charge the remaining costs back that way, which gives us a rough estimate of how much of that network the other departments are using, and hopefully gives council an idea of what the IT costs for an individual department are. The budget is essentially flat from last year, but we are making a couple of changes. We're looking to implement new help desk software, so that would improve our tracking of IT support requests, tracking of all the hardware we have on the network, our software inventory, and hopefully through the help requests that we get, we could do better modeling or flow of processes, especially those that involve other departments. Our Microsoft Enterprise License Agreement renews this year as well. That's a 3-year agreement. We expect the cost of individual licenses to increase, but at the same time, Microsoft has made some changes to how you can configure your licenses, and we hope to be able to reduce some costs by changing the way we license our shared computers. The only other additional change, as Heather said, in the clerk's department, we usually travel frequently, whether it's attendance, a conference, or even just the amount of on-site work we would attend to in the course of a year. We expect that, of course, to be greatly reduced this year as well. And so that's reflected by removing a lot of that cost from the budget. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next budget is the assessment budget I'll speak to. It's on page 56. The county pays the cost of the services of the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation on behalf of all the municipalities in the county. MPAC's fee for 2021 has been budgeted to be $1,885,000, and that's based on MPAC's property assessment and services and support costs notice that has been provided. This equates to an increase of $5,400 over the amount budgeted in 2020. I'm now turning to page 57, which is county property, and county property is under Anne-Marie Shaw's portfolio. So I'll ask Anne-Marie to speak to the highlights here.
Good morning, Council. The administration in Morrison building has an increase of $2,600. There's a small increase in our operating budget of $900. We did see an increase in insurance of $4,300. But we were able to offset that by reducing in other areas such as staff training and obviously some of the supplies at the county building itself, since we are expecting, same as last year, not to be here as much. Includes a increase of $1,700 for some capital projects. Highlights of the projects are $10,000 for the replacement of LED lighting, 2 LED lighting. This is the last sections of our building, administration building, that need to be converted to LED. And we are expecting a 3 to 4 year payback on the conversions. And the other one would be our $150,000 to replace the asphalt in the upper south parking lot. This is where the former provincial offenses building was. We do have electricity out there already too by the shed. So we are making contingency plans for ensuring that there is access to that electricity for future electric vehicle spaces also. And other than that, we have a window replacement at the Morrison building and also a heating cooling system replacement.
Thank you.
So the next budget I'll move to is the provincial fences, and I'm still on page 57, and Amanda Kokas, our POA manager, will speak to this budget.
Good morning, Council. I'm pleased to say that the Provincial Offences Court can provide some good news. We continue to forecast that court operations will be providing revenue back to Grey and Bruce counties, with Grey County's share being $408,900. The net revenue will be shared on the basis of populations. You will see that our budget is very similar to 2020, as the court didn't operate at full capacity last year, and that continues to be a trend into 2021 due to the pandemic. The numbers we have provided are best estimates, as there are several factors such as ticket volumes, when fines are actually paid, and the virtual court operations that are beyond the county's control. We've also started running the courts entirely remotely, and we aren't sure how long this is going to be around for, which has taken extra court time dedicated to coordinating the paperwork with the Justice of the Peaces and other administrative functions. If we continue with all courts being held virtually, we may have to look for additional help. Specifically looking at the budget for 2021, the court is forecasting a slight increase in salary and wages due to a combination of factors, including movement on the grid, cost of living, and multiple staff on leaves, which requires us to backfill those positions. And those are the updates for the Provincial Offences Court.
Thank you very much. Kevin, back to you again. I think you're going to run us through the rest, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yep. Taxation and grants section, I'm on page 58. So supplementary taxation, and this I kind of responded of this to Councillor Soever's question earlier, but I'll repeat this. Supplementary taxation is calculated for the 21 budget based on MPAC's preliminary new assessment forecast report and multiplying this new assessment by the county's 2020 tax rates. We're estimating is providing a reduction of $42,200 in supplementary taxation revenue for 2021. Taxation write-offs have been based on 2020 year-end projection and historical averages. These estimates resulted in 2021 budget net increase of $14,000. As well, historically, we've included under here in the grants a $50,000 expenditure and for funding of grant in lieu of development charges for any possible affording housing units that may qualify. We had always funded this with from reserve, the one-time funding reserve. This item has been removed from the 2021 budget with the changes that have been recommended to the county's development charges bylaw, which will provide development charge exemptions for these types of builds. The next budget on this page in 58 is the Grey Bruce Health Unit. The 2021 budget contains a net levy requirement of $1,632,600, or no increase over the 2020 net levy requirements. Grey and Bruce counties have historically cost shared 25% of the operations of the health unit, with each party's contribution calculated as the percentage of the population that each Grey and Bruce have as a portion of the total population of Grey and Bruce combined. Currently, Grey County's proportion is 58.53%. The province in 2019 advised that the current 35 public health units will be reduced to 10 and that a new regional public health entity would be formed comprised of Grey, Bruce, Huron, and Perth counties governed by an autonomous board of health. The province also announced that the provincial municipal cost sharing range would move from a 75-25 to a provincial municipal cost share of 70-30. This would result in an estimated municipal impact of just over $1 million, with Gray's share being about 600. That's if the budget stayed similar to what they are now for Gray and Bruce. The province had ensured that in 2020, no public health unit would experience an increase above 10% of current public health costs and provided one-time mitigation funding. The health unit proposed no budget increase for 2020 with the use of 2019 surplus and the use of the province's one-time mitigation funding. In recognition of the resources needed by public health units and to be able to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, the province announced that it was extending the one-time mitigation funding in 2021. The Grey Bruce Health Unit has indicated that with the receipt of this funding announcement received from the Ministry of Health, there'll be a zero increase to the county portion of funding for 2021. Senator Gray Hospital campaign. This is new into the 2021 budget. It was in years back when we were putting money aside. I believe we were putting $100,000 a year aside as we made a commitment of $1 million of a capital grant of land and money to be donated for the construction of the new Markdale Hospital. So we're getting to the point now that we're getting close, that we believe there's soon going to be a building happening in 2021 and construction will begin. And if once those province has committed and actually the construction begins, we will be then fulfilling our commitment, and this would be $777,200 of funding then net. That is the net amount that's being our reserve after we reduce the value of the property. And that would then be a payment made to that organization for that bill. On page 59, healthcare initiatives funding. This speaks to Councillor Desai's query. The 2021 budget contains almost $300,000 as a transfer to reserves for healthcare initiatives funding. This level of funding is based on council's approved recommendation that 0.5% of the county's levy per year go to reserve for the contribution to capital construction projects of hospitals. So we've included that $299,100 as a transfer to reserve in the 2021 budget. Council in 2019 appointed a healthcare funding roles and responsibilities task force to create a healthcare funding policy that would help guide county council's decision-making regarding funding requests from healthcare stakeholders. This task force work with these stakeholders has been placed on hold as a result of the pandemic and the impact the pandemic is having on these stakeholders at this time. So it just they've got bigger concerns right now with the pandemic and that. So this has been delayed. The next budget I'm speaking to is the Georgian College Marine Emergency Duties Training Center, and I'm on page 59 here. The 2021 budget has been drafted with the 7th installment of $200,000 of a financial contribution of $2 million in financial support to Georgian College for this construction of the Marine Emergency Duties Training and Research Center at the Owen Sound campus. So what the commitment was there was $2 million being provided over a 10-year period that began in 2015.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin. I will now open it up for questions on the corporate services budget area. If you, Kevin, could go back, I see your last pages there, but if you could go back so I can see the screen, I'd be able to see if anyone has questions a little better.
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. So I see Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and thank you, Kevin and staff. I just wondered, Kevin, if I could ask you a question in relation to the fire radio communication cost, the 1.6 million, page 55. Can you remind me, is there any cost recovery for that from the lower tiers who are participating?
Kim Wingrove, you're more familiar with this, so what is being contemplated here with the lower tiers and all that, so. Can you
Right.
help?
All right. So the county's commitment through you, Mr. Chair, is to provide both the initial investment in infrastructure as well as there's a 10-year period where this infrastructure is under warranty. We will be there's 2 years where it's completely covered, and then the additional 8 years where I'd have to get into the details of what's covered and what then becomes the responsibility of the participating municipalities, because those things are considered consumables, if you will. What was agreed to by the member municipalities was that they would have a responsibility for the administration costs associated with having this county-wide infrastructure. So there are annual costs that have been discussed with each municipality, and that will cover, as I say, the overall administration, moves, adds, changes of radios within the system, and that sort of thing. So this cost, this investment, I should say, gets us up and running and covers us for that 10-year period. And then the individual municipalities, depending on the number of radios that you have, et cetera, some of them about $15,000, $20,000 in that range. So.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Keaveney?
No, thank you, Mr. Warden.
You're welcome. Councillor Soever.
Warden, and yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. And this was a point raised by our ratepayers as well. Unfortunately, they weren't able to procure a spot for delegation. So I'm going to ask this question on behalf of them. Is that they pointed out that this fire is, of course, in Grey County, a lower tier responsibility. And, throughout this debate, and I've mentioned before, is that the town of the Blue Mountains from the very beginning has, did not ask to be included in this program. We've already addressed our communications needs. Our fire chief says that we can communicate very well with our partners in Grey County and across the county. And so the question they had is, since this is a lower tier responsibility, is it appropriate that we, the county, fund this without going through the downloading of services process that the county has in place?
Through you, Mr. Warden, Council has made a decision with regard to the support for a county-wide investment into fire infrastructure. I think we had several meetings to discuss this, and really, I think it came down to a life safety and a risk management solution that was going to be in everybody's best interest. The individual municipalities, each of them, as was discussed in the report, had varying abilities to communicate even within their own departments. But more concerning than that, given the mutual aid agreements that exist between the partners and the frequency with which individual departments are called on to go and support their neighboring municipalities, the ability to move across all of Grey County and communicate effectively and efficiently in a mutual aid situation is what was critical. This is a life safety issue, and it was Council's determination that it was appropriate to move forward. The province was made aware of our intent to use these funds to support this initiative, and they were supportive of Council's direction.
Thank you for that. Councillor Soever, anything else?
No, I think that answers their question.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. A couple things. First of all, talking about capital regarding or in the administrative budget, the purchase order system for $100,000. Is there a net financial benefit over and above what we're currently doing? I'm just wondering whether that is whether that's warranted. The other question I had was regarding provincial offenses budget.
Can I get that one answered? Because the provincial offenses budget will be someone else.
Sure, go
Do
ahead.
you mind if I get that one
Nope,
answered?
not at all. Thank you.
Kevin, do you want to take that or do you want me to take it?
No, I'll take that.
Thanks.
As part of the scope of the municipal modernization grant that we got for the reviews of the finance and the HR department, part of that was to look at our IT softwares, our softwares that we're utilizing and where could we find efficiencies. And one that was identified by BDO was in procurement, that right now we're just following these on Excel spreadsheets from the purchasing department, trying to track all the POs, that they thought there'd be a lot better controls and better efficiencies by buying a corporate purchase order system. And so we've based that in this budget, and we had actually planned for this in our 10-year capital, and we're funding it from reserves, so there's no taxation amount being used in the 2021. Like there's not a net levy increase in 2021 for this, as we're using reserves to fund it, but it's based on the recommendation that BDO had placed in that review of the finance department.
If I can follow up.
Sure.
Yeah, so you can imagine that the county puts out a very large number of purchase orders every year. And right now, keeping track of those purchase orders when you move from an approved budget to the listing all of the projects and then having to track those purchases all the way through their life cycle is an incredibly labor-intensive process. And it's, I think from a management information perspective, it's going to be so important for us to get a better handle on finding out and being able to run reports on exactly where all of these transactions are in that life cycle. If we can procure earlier in the cycle, normally there's cost efficiencies there. Where we have multiple items that could be grouped together, there's an opportunity to perhaps group those and save money that way. But most importantly, it's just making sure that we're moving through all of those procurements efficiently over the course of the year. You don't want stuff getting missed or left to the end if that can be avoided. So I'm hopeful that this will allow us to continue to run our purchasing department with the two people that we have there, with the addition of an updated software to help them.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you both for that, for those answers. That makes a lot of sense. May I proceed with my other question, Mr. Warden? Okay, regarding provincial offenses, unpaid fines. Where's our balance standing at now? I know historically it's been a fairly large number. And what are we doing, if anything, to recoup those fines?
Amanda?
Please.
Right. So as of March 1st, 2020, the province had placed an order that we cannot enforce any fines that happened between March 1st and until February 26, 2021. So we've had no enforcement capabilities for any new fines that have come in. So we have boxes and boxes of fines that normally after 45 days would be able to go to enforcement, and they're sitting here outstanding. So thousands and thousands of dollars. Our previous outstanding fines, we're still looking between $7 to $8 million with outstanding fines. They're currently at a collection agency. So they've been working with their measures to collect on those outstanding fines. And that's where we stand with the collection of fines.
Amanda, maybe speak to the new, we changed collection firms as well, and I think you saw some good results from that.
Right. So right before the pandemic, we did change collection agencies. They had more tools that they were able to use. So we saw a huge return in that. However, we did ask them to stop collections during the pandemic to coincide with the provincial guidelines. So we haven't been collecting on those fines, but anything that had already been on a payment plan or something like that, those have continued.
Okay, thank you. Quick follow-up, if I may, Mr. Warden.
Absolutely.
Just in that regard, has the province give us any further help? I know they had promised some tools, more restrictions on renewing your license, for example, if you hadn't paid your fines. Are the province following up on any further enforcement tools to whittle that down to even half that amount, like $7 to $8 million? As Councillor Swever quite rightly points out, that's a heck of a revenue stream if we could get it, but it's just sitting there in abeyance doesn't do anybody any good.
Right. So currently right now, all of those plans are on hold. However, they have promised that they are looking at changing some of the rules. So one of the biggest things that we'll see is that you have to pay your oldest fine first. So we have a lot of, liquor license charges or bylaw tickets that are sitting there. And besides going to a collection agency, there are no other enforcement. So you can still get your driver's license. However, if defendants are required to pay old tickets first, they'll have to clear up all those old fines before they clear up any that are affecting their driver's license. So we're assuming that once those laws have passed and we are given those enforcement, that we should expect a large increase in revenue for those old outstanding fines.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's it, Councillor Milne?
Yep, that's it for now. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I don't see any other hands.
No, sir.
We're good to move on? Okay, well, we've been a little over an hour now. I'm going to suggest that we take, say, a 15-minute break before we move into the Planning and Community Development section, which will be pages 85 through to 89. So if that's okay with everyone, can we come back? Let's see, 5, 10, at 5 minutes to? I see nods. Excellent. We'll take a break and we'll see you at 5:02.
Mics and videos off, please.
Looks like most of us are here. I don't see anyone. There's just a few.
I hope Randy's ready because this is going to be pretty hard on planning.
Okay, I think we'll get started. I see a few still missing, but there are very few. Rob, how are we doing? Are we?
Ready whenever you are.
I'm ready. Can I start?
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Hope you all enjoyed your little break. We are going to be going to planning and community development next, but just prior to that, I'll call on Councillor Robinson, because my understanding is that there is an update with respect to the interest that she declared at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes, and thank you, Mr. Warden. I have spoken with the Integrity Commissioner. My declaration no longer applies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Glad to hear that, because we don't want to discourage memberships for Grey Roots, do we? Okay, so we're back to you, Randy. We're going to be covering planning and community development. Well, actually, it's going to be Randy and Savannah, I believe, and we're going to be on page 85, running through from 85 to 89.
Great, and thank you, Mr. Warden, and good morning, everyone.
I'll just, sorry, Randy, I'll just give the whole committee overview here.
Sure.
The overview of the function here. So the 2021 budget for the planning community development function includes a net requirement of operating capital of $4,465,500 compared to $4,390,200 in 2020. So an increase for this these portfolios of budgets that are being spoken to here of $75,300. So the first the budget, the planning budget is on page 85, and Randy will begin with that discussion.
Great, thanks, Kevin. Yeah, so the 2021 planning budget includes a net departmental requirement for both operating capital of $826,400, which is an increase of just over $16,000. The planning and operating capital, the detail sheets can be found on pages 92 to 99 of your package. The planning operating budget provides funding for the planning function of the department, whether that's reviewing and processing development applications submitted to the county, reviewing and commenting on local planning applications, NEC applications, or conducting special studies and projects. The planning budget also includes a coordination of civic addressing and payment to Owen Sound Police Services for the operation of our 911 dispatch for the entire county. With respect to the planning capital budget, that can be found on pages 96 to 99 of the detailed budget package. This would require a capital net requirement of just over $18,000. There are $75,000 carried forward from the 2020 is for conducting an age-friendly community strategic plan. And this would help to ensure that decisions and actions reflect and respond to the needs of youth and older adults in our communities. We have applied for some grant funds, and if successful, the amount coming from reserves could be less than that amount. And the grant funds would also help to supplement the work being planned for this project if successful. And we'll find that out in hopefully February, whether or not we're successful for that grant or not. $60,000 is set aside to fund the development charges study 5-year review. And this review is required as the county's development charges bylaws are set to expire on January 1st, 2022. This will ensure that future growth related capital costs can continue to be funded from development charges. And this project is being funded from development charges reserve. Funds are being carried over from 2020 to complete the climate change action plan, which will identify actions to mitigate and to help increase resilience to the effects of climate change. Other funds to be transferred to reserves for some future studies, future official plan updates, as well as equipment replacement. With respect to the agricultural, forestry, and trails budgets, so that starts at page 100 of your detailed budget package. For the agricultural budget, that's specifically at page 101. This includes a net departmental operating requirement of just over $155,000, or an increase of just over $4,000. The agriculture budget includes costs associated with enforcing the county's forest management bylaw, which is contracted out to Grey Sauble Conservation Authority. It also includes grant contributions to agricultural organizations such as the Grey Agricultural Services and the 4-H Club. The 2020 agriculture budget includes some carryover funding from computer software and hardware replacements for Grey Agricultural Services, which is a key resource for the local agricultural community. And my understanding is those laptops have been ordered, and I think they just arrived in January. There was a back order with laptops as a result of the pandemic. They were in hot demand, one of the items that were in hot demand. Another key initiative that will be moving forward is the Regional Agricultural Learning and Demonstration Site adjacent to Grey Roots, which of course is a partnership between the Owen Sound and Chatsworth Agricultural Societies. With respect to the forestry budget, that can be found on pages 102 and 103 of your detailed budget package. The 2021 forestry budget includes a net departmental requirement of $42,600, which is an increase of $700. The forest revenue for 2021, based on recent tender results, is $112,500, which is an increase in revenue of $3,500 compared to 2020. The 2021 budget contains funding for maintenance work, signage, and trail improvements within the county forests. Some of these funds were carried over from the 2020 budget to tackle priority projects, as well as recommendations that are part of the Recreational Trails Master Plan. And staff are working with the Conservation Authority to come up with a capital plan for tackling some of the improvements, trail improvements, as well as parking lot and other amenity improvements in order to improve the overall trail user experience for our county forest that can be found throughout the county. Another key initiative will be finalizing the update to the Forest Management Plan, which is very close to being completed. With respect to the trails budget, this can be found at pages 104 to 109 of your detailed budget package. And the trails budget provides funding for the management of the CP Rail Trail. The 2021 trails budget has a net departmental requirement of both operating and capital of just under $147,000, which is an increase of just over $6,000 compared to 2020. For 2021, the trails capital budget will provide $43,000 in reserve funding carried forward from 2020 for repair work that was unable to be completed due to initial delays as a result of the pandemic. The replacement of culvert 5A and 15A is part of that carryover. A total of $45,000 has been included to complete an updated assessment of the culverts bridges on the CP Rail Trail, which is updated every 5 years. The transfer to reserves budget line contains $78,000 to be transferred to the Trails Reserve, which helps to fund capital projects as well as other future projects that we're hoping to, again, to be able to improve the overall trail user experience for the CP Rail Trail. The rehabilitation and replacement of culverts and bridges along the CP Rail Trail is based on the needs identified in the 2016 Bridge and Culvert Assessment Report, as well as based on information that's provided by our County Transportation Services Department. So overall, between the planning, civic addressing, the agricultural, forestry, and trail budgets, staff are proposing a net levy increase of just over $27,000. And now I believe it's Savannah.
Yes, it is.
Good morning, Warden and Council. We're going to start with the economic development budget and then move into tourism and Grey Roots. These are on page 110 to 140 of the detailed budget package that you have. So in 2021, the economic development budget includes a net departmental requirement, both operating and capital, of $1,156,000 compared to $1,051,000 in 2020, or an increase of $104,200. This should say 2021 budget continues, not 2020 budget, but it really is a pickup of 2020 because things did go very sideways because of the pandemic in 2020. So we are continuing to build on the work of our corporate strategic plan, as well as the economic development strategic plan, with a real focus on 3 different areas, being investment, attraction, retention, and entrepreneurship. And these are the themes that you'll remember were identified by the Economic Development Working Group, which includes representatives from all of your municipality, along with provincial, federal, and community partners. What we're looking to do in 2021 is carry on with the lessons that we did learn from 2020 and take forward that staffing realignment that we had brought forward to you a couple months back, where we shifted our resources and shifted our staff to better align with the direction that we're headed moving forward for 2021 because of what we learned through the pandemic. So there are 7 different cost centers that we have in economic development budget that I will take you through. So the very first one is our operating budget. And this operating budget is found on page 111 of the detailed budget package. And that is where all of our economic development staffing falls to, along with the investment portfolio. And that is captured through the operating. Very here to receive multiple funding sources from federal, provincial, and community partners to be able to push ahead that investment strategy, as well as the regional airport study. So that will be found in the operating budget. To go a little bit backwards and just look at capital really quickly, that's on 120. Within the 2021 capital budget, we've included again $180,000 in funding, which is allocated towards the community improvement program, where we provide each of your municipalities with $20,000 to help leverage the priorities that you have on the ground. And those go direct into grant opportunities for your small businesses right across the county. We also included transfer of reserve of $5,000 towards our new economic development strategy, which we've pushed back a couple of years now because it just didn't make sense to do it in the middle of a pandemic. So we'll look forward to moving ahead with that next year. And then $200 towards the tourism vehicle replacement has been budgeted as well, now that we've joined those forces between economic development and tourism. So to pop back in order to page 112 is the attraction retention operating budget. And this is really looking at the targeted attraction and retention campaign focused around the 2 main areas that we are still struggling with, which is skilled trades and then healthcare. And both of these projects are being supported by partnerships with YMCA and Georgian College to be able to deliver that on the ground training by using our Sydenham campus located right beside Georgian. On page 113, you'll find the local immigration partnership operating budget. And this is a fully funded project that is funded by the federal government through the Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship Canada, IRCC. It is a 5-year program, and each year we are budgeting based on the deliverables that they have agreed to and we have agreed to. So there's not a whole lot of leeway, but it is 100% covered, which is great news for our region. And it's certainly going to help to enable the newcomer attraction retention efforts happening right across the region. But a reminder that it is an indirect service. So we are not assisting newcomers directly. We are supporting the businesses, the organizations, the community groups who are supporting newcomers directly. So that's the difference between local immigration partnership and settlement services. On page 114, you'll find the local food operating budget. And this one is very much repurposing the 2020 plans that we had brought forward to continue the implementation of our Proudly Made in Gray brand alongside tourism efforts, because we did have to halt all of that as our warden is very excited. 2020 was supposed to be the year to gather. That definitely did not happen. Hopefully at some point in 2021, we can get back to that point. But 2021 is certainly a continuation of where we were headed because we were seeing great results off the beginning. And we've also pushed back the plans for Ag 4.0 until spring of 2022. So we've taken it out of this year because it's really important that that event does happen in person. There's an opportunity to align better with the secondary programs. So spring 2022 is now our goal for the next Ag 4.0 conference. Flipping over to page 117 is the community hub. That is our Sydenham campus. The operating budget provides the resources to implement our innovation center and the business incubator, as well as space for skills training and entrepreneurship programs, because we were really seeing that growth. It was certainly reinforced through the pandemic, and we don't see that changing as we do come out the other side. So we're looking at a focus also on that workforce development, and that's to support that attraction and retention piece that I just spoke about in terms of the skilled trades and the healthcare. The budget has been developed based on acquiring core partners and anchor tenants to assist in the funding of both operating and future capital expenditures. But given where we were last year, given where we are right now, again, in our current lockdown, we do assume that this is going to be further delayed, bringing those revenue sources in, which is why you see the changes that you do on the budget sheet. We just want to be as realistic as possible, and knowing we're not going to be able to fill the building when we currently have only one tenant able to operate, who's been deemed essential. Otherwise, no one is able to operate, nor are we going to go after new tenants while we're in the state that we are. The community hub also has a capital budget of $130,000 for 2021, and that is to complete the final portion of the roof replacement as per our Garland plan and our third-year capital plan, and then as well to prepare for any site plan requirements as per the City of Owen Sound. So we are just about to go through the site plan process with them. The public meeting is scheduled for February 8th, I believe is the date. So the process is just beginning. So it's currently unknown, but we have set aside $80,000 just in case there are need to be done this year. And then the last portion of the Sydenham budget is notable, the $11,000 of donated dollars left over from the private sector over the last couple of years that we will pull into the budget this year to operationalize. And that is what is going to be supporting Catapult Grey Bruce's mentorship program and the Fastlane Plus program from Innovation Guelph. Moving on to page 118 of your detailed package is the Grey Transit route. This was launched in September 2020 with routes on Highway 6 corridor from Owen Sound to Blue Mountains, Highway 10, Owen Sound to Dundalk, and Highway 6, Owen Sound to Wyerton. And the provincial grant covers the cost of this transit service, as well as providing funding for Launchpad within the 30-kilometer distance of Hanover. Grey is currently also administering the grant received from Southgate to extend that service from Highway 10 from Dundalk to Orangeville. We've heard lots of really good news over the last little while about the fact that it is still running despite the pandemic because it is an essential service, and just how valuable that service is to the people who really need it. Council also supported the implementation of a route running from Flesherton, Durham, Hanover, and Walkerton along Grey Road 4, which is outside the scope of that grant. So that is where you see the net levy requirement of the $91,700 as part of that wider $104,000 requirement for economic development this year. And the last piece of economic development is the Business Enterprise Center. And this operating budget reflects the changing demand for services. So this, again, is a provincially funded program. We were lucky this year to receive an extra $32,000 as part of the province's commitment to small business through the COVID pandemic. So that is why the numbers have increased a little bit. Unfortunately, in the past year, we did see a decrease in the funding. So this $32,000 was a very welcome component, but it's not something, this is a one-time thing. So it is not something that we can expect year over year. And it is very specific around what we're able to do with it, which is why it is going towards that mentorship and advisorship piece, because that again is what our businesses are asking for. So that's where we're starting to see that pivot in the Business Enterprise Center offerings away from workshops and training so that we're not duplicating the services of other organizations in the community. So that is it for economic development. And now I'll turn over to tourism, if that is okay with you, Gordon.
Yeah, I'll let you continue with tourism.
Continue on right through the grades. Okay, perfect. Excellent. So tourism begins on page 122 of your detailed package. And this includes a net departmental requirement of $336,400 compared to $303,900 in 2020. So an increase of $32,000. And that is very much focused around the hiring of 2 summer students. Once again, you'll remember last year we took the summer students off because we were anticipating with some of the staffing changes, we would be able to do that work in-house. And now that we have made those staffing changes and we've seen what has happened with COVID, we want to bring those students back to continue the ambassador program that we found so valuable this summer. So that is where the 21,900 increase comes from, is due to the hiring of 2 new summer students this year. This budget is very much guided by the Destination Development Action Plan and stronger linkages that we developed with economic development in 2020. And as part of that, when we look forward to the strategic plan review and the next DDAP, those will be done all together so that we will have economic development, tourism, and Grey Routes having one large master plan. And that's part of what is being funded through the capital program. 2021, this will be no surprise to you, we're placing a very heavy focus on tourism infrastructure and the coordination of the parties involved in both product and experience development of our outdoor natural assets. As we don't see the popularity of these places becoming any less once we've come out on the other side of the pandemic. So we want to make sure that we are ready. People know who we are, they know where we are, they love our outdoor assets, and we need to make sure that we are focusing on their development and that they are ready. So that is where we're seeing a big shift in focus. And that's why the studies and reports line on this page has seen a bump, because we looked throughout the budget and we pivoted a lot of the dollars that we were typically used to spending on marketing outside of the area and put those into investment in infrastructure locally. We've also identified the 2 working groups as part of the Cycling and Trails Master Plan. One of them has begun, which is excellent news, and they are certainly helping to get us through this pandemic and the capacity concerns, and working with Brian Plumstead to really determine what are our next steps and where are our resources best allocated. And also looking to support the Grey Highlands Outdoor Adventure Strategy, because we know that this is an important area to continue to develop because of the demand that we're seeing in that area, as well as our digital first strategy, because we know, again, because of COVID, there's a huge shift to online and we need to be ready for that. So that's where the focus is going in tourism. On the capital side of tourism, which is on page 126, the $80,000 to replace the outdated and worn out signs throughout the county, but also to implement the cycling signage for the Cycling and Trails Master Plan. So that was a bump where we took the signage costs out of operating and put them into capital so that we could also utilize RTO 7 funding and partnership from Transportation Services to make a bigger boom in 2021 as we prepare for an increase in cycling yet again. And then I mentioned about the $5,000 towards our strategic plan, the master plan for all 3 departments. And then just like we saw in economic development, $3,700 towards the replacement of the tourism vehicle in the future. And that is it for tourism. So now I will pop onto Grey Routes. This starts on page 128 of your detailed plan and goes to page 137. So the 2021, we're seeing here a decrease actually of $88,700 in Grey Routes, where we're going from 1.8 million 990 to 1.802. In 2021, what we're seeing is a huge emphasis placed on visitor experience, both on and off site, as we're trying to reach new markets and reach those underrepresented groups through more accessible programming. One of the things that we learned through the beginning of the pandemic was just how inspiring and impactful that connection between Grey Routes and long-term care was, and how much residents enjoyed having our staff from Grey Routes there sharing the stories, and vice versa, having our staff collect those stories and bring them back to Grey Routes. So that is the type of thing that we're trying to do more of in 2021 and beyond. And that is where you're starting to see that shift. We're also placing much more emphasis on Morriston Heritage Village. Because it is our outdoor space, we're able to spread folks out for capacity so that when we are able to safely open again post-pandemic, we're ready to go in the village. And then the other major shift that we're seeing is a focus on in-house exhibits at the museum rather than the large traveling block exhibits that would come in the past. We still intend to bring out of market exhibits to Grey Routes to keep things fresh, but we really have a great collection and amazing talented staff, and we want to make sure that we're using those resources and shining a light on their talents. So that's why we're seeing that shift, so that we can refresh the galleries, both large and small, more often right across Grey Routes. This budget does continue to grow on the strategic plan and the 10-year capital forecast that have been developed, and we'll look forward to updating that strategic plan again next year as well as part of the overall 3-department group. So the very last piece of Grey Roots is our capital plan, and this is on page 138. And most notable in there is $42,000 towards upgrading the Grey County Gallery, and that is our large gallery space. Voices of Grey was what we had just completed, and we were all set to launch actually the day after we closed the county buildings because of the pandemic. So that was the very first thing that we did cancel, but work has certainly continued. And the one thing that we did learn is that, while we're shut down, is a great time to plan and to renovate. So that's what we've been doing, and that's what we intend to continue in 2021 with that gallery refresh. So most of that will be done in-house by our staff, and work is already beginning on that, and it's very exciting to see what they're coming up with. We're looking at $11,000 for repairs to asphalt and curbs in the parking lot to continue that maintenance and be proactive. $500 to paint the farmhouse exterior in the village. We are budgeting and hoping with your support to continue our plans for the general store. This is a project that has been put on the budget and taken off the budget for the last couple of years because timing just wasn't right. But we do believe that the timing is right now, and we do want to continue on with this project because of the fit that it will have with Next Door and the regional demonstration center that is being proposed, as well as the ties with local food and the outdoor tourism that we're seeing increase in popularity. So we really think 2021 is the year to start that project. So that is being funded from reserve at the total of $314,000. And then the $244,500 is the contributions to various reserve funds. And that is all anticipation of future building renovations, equipment, and project costs. So that is where I will wrap, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Savannah, for that. If you could change the screen so we can see everyone again. I'll invite questions for Savannah and or Randy. I'm going to start with, I see Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Savannah, I just wanted to ask if all the maintenance got done from last year's budget. I think there was work to be done on the roof, and that was that stopped because of COVID, or did everything get done? I'm talking about
Grey Roots?
Yes.
At Grey Roots, yes. The roof, it did get done, and many of the maintenance projects were completed. I don't believe we have anything that was not, but Ted Noble is here, and he will know that answer for sure. Ted, was there anything that we had to push back, or everything was on schedule, right?
Everything was on schedule and completed.
Excellent.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good. Anything else, Councillor O'Leary?
No, that's all. Thanks, Mr. Warden.
Thank you. I'll go next to Councillor Soever.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. My question is about revenue for, I guess, Randy and also Savannah. The revenue for the planning department, in particular, Randy, only covers a very small part of its costs, whereas we do a little better in forestry. But do we have targets for cost recovery in those departments? And are we, if we do, are we achieving them?
So thank you for the question through you, Warden Hicks. With respect to planning fees, the intent for planning fees and revenue that we receive for applications, the intent is that revenue collected covers the average time spent on majority of applications. So your standard applications. No doubt there's some applications just through different challenges, maybe more time spent on those, and there's maybe some applications where there's actually less time spent, and we can go through the process in a fairly quick fashion. So so the intent though is to capture an average, and those were updated as part of the 2020 fees and services review. So we increased some of those application fees to reflect what we're seeing with respect to applications. So that was done in I think it was approved by council in August of 2020. With respect to the forest revenue, so these are from harvests, sustainable harvests, as per the county's forest management plan, which prescribes when we do harvest within various forests or parts of our county forests. It's typically done on a 15-year rotation. The harvests are tendered through our county's purchasing process in order to receive fair and equitable bids for the wood material that's harvested from those county forests. So it's based on the amount of bids that we receive and where the market is at. Typically, that dictates what we receive in terms of revenue for forestry. But as Councilor Swever noted, we do offset that revenue, helps to offset some of the expenditures related to being able to manage our county forests as well. So I don't know if Savannah wants to add with respect to revenue on the Grey Root side.
Mr. Warden, on the Grey Roots, it's a little different in that I noticed that the revenue projections are very similar to other years. And obviously, you know, we've had to close down somewhat. So, you know, I'm just worried, are we reflecting based on where we are today, and it's now January, and it looks like we'll be in this situation for longer, based on being shut down, are those revenue projections still going to be supportable? And, you know, obviously there may be an opportunity to recover some of those by applying for recovery funding. I'm wondering, did we actually recover some of the lost revenue by applying for recovery funding last year?
Thank you. Savannah?
Excellent. Through you, Mr. Warden, we took a really good look at those revenues for Grey, trying to be as realistic as possible. You'll notice that the children's programs in our camps and education programs all went down significantly because we don't anticipate those are going to come back right away. But we do anticipate that there will be pent-up demand. We did see that when we were able to open for the short window of time, because we were doing a shift where it's regular revenues and different animated type of events instead of large events. That was actually drawing in folks for just regular admission. So that is, it's very hopeful, and we do think realistic. And we were able to secure $100,000 through last year that has all been budgeted for this year because of the closure that we're experiencing right now. And that is through the museum program, federally funded, to $100,000, and there was no limitation on what that could go towards. So it is covering our staffing, our utilities, all of those items that are not currently being offset by admission. That is definitely something that was taken into account, and we wish we could have had higher numbers this year. We anticipate next year we'll be able to go back up, but that is on the Grey Root side. And on the economic development side, in terms of revenue, it really depends on what types of grants are available for the projects that we're looking for. And it really varies from budget to budget. Where we do have revenues that we would typically be accounting for would be anytime we're going to host events. We always try and make those as a cost recovery, but this year we've taken all of that out. And then as well with Sydenham and the tenant rent, that is something that we definitely target. But this year, again, we declined significantly, but the intent is always that we'll be driving towards cost leveling so that everything that is coming in is what's going out as well. So we will be back to those targets. 2022 is every hope.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Soever. I have Councillors Milne, Potter, and Robinson on my list, so I'm going to go next to Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And the first, I have, I think, 3, maybe 4 questions. The first one is to Randy regarding the trails budget. We are doing a bridge and culvert assessment every 5 years. You know, a lot can happen in 5 years. I know some townships, Southgate being one of them, we do half of our bridges and culverts one year and then the other half the next year. So, you know, they're inspected every 2 years at a minimum. And I'm wondering, should we step that inspection up and break it up into sections of the trail, get inspected every couple to 3 years to try to keep ahead of the deterioration of our bridges and culverts?
Randy?
Through you, Mr. Warden, and great question. And I should clarify that we did make a change starting in 2020. We do now inspect any culverts and bridges that are greater than 3 meter span. So based on some of the typical requirements with respect to that, we do review those now every 2 years. So we've actually partnered with our transportation services department, because they, as you noted, Councillor Milne, similar to the township, reviewing those every other year and splitting the county up for our roads infrastructure. We've tacked on those, I think there's 16 bridges and culverts in the CP Rail Trail that are greater than 3 meter span. So those key ones that where we think that there's probably more potential risk, we are reviewing every 2 years. So I should have clarified that, and I apologize. So the other ones that are less than 3 meters, there's no specific provincial standard like we have for roads when it comes to trail infrastructure. Based on what we're seeing, we think 5 years is still okay for those ones that are less than 3 meters. But it is something that we can definitely review as part of this update to see if there has been some significant changes between what we were seeing in 2016 and 2021, and then maybe make some adjustments on a go-forward basis of whether or not we need to increase that frequency. Sorry, and I may have missed the other part of that question if there was another part to that question, Councillor Milne.
No, that's good. Thank you very much for the answer. Do I continue on, Mr. Warden? Or yes,
Absolutely.
okay. Thank you. This one is in regards to the economic development, the Flesherton, the Highway Grey Road 4 bus route. I still continue to have concerns that we're not seeing enough ridership on that route, although I know more reports will be coming forward in the near future. So I look forward to those. No real specific question other than I'm concerned that we're spending a lot of money on that road and we're not getting, I know it's very valuable to the people that are using it, but I'm suspicious that there's not enough people using it to make it cost effective. So my next real question is concerning Grey Routes. And I note the change of strategy, I suppose, from the traveling blockbuster exhibits to the greater focus on the Morriston Heritage Village, and I think that's a good thing. But I'm wondering, and maybe Savannah, you alluded to it in an earlier question, what impact on our visitations do we think that may or may not have?
Savannah?
Sure, through you, Warden. We don't anticipate it having a large impact on the visitation because we still will bring in the blockbusters. They just, instead of being the 2 rooms, so we're paying by square footage, it'll be the 1 room where we try and focus our efforts so that we always have an extra room available for in-house exhibits, for children programming, public programming, and things like that. So we still do intend to bring traveling exhibits in, just not to the scale that they were in the past, but we know that they are important to round out the whole experience at Grey Routes.
Right. Okay. No, that's good. That's fine. I've always been a little bit hesitant to see the village itself not promoted as much as it could be. I think we've got a huge draw there for people, and maybe not to promote it enough. But nonetheless, that's good. My final question, if I might, Mr. Warden, is in regards to the capital for Grey Routes. And I note the $314K for construction of the general store. And I recall a number of years ago, there was money being put into reserves for a church. Just wondering, where did that end up, or what happened to that project?
Sure, through you, Warden. There is still a fund for the church available. We don't have a plan as to when that will happen. We thought one step at a time. So we're going to focus on the general store first. And then the intent is to get the shell up in 2021 and then work on the interior for 2022. So it won't be open this year. I should set that expectation that is a piece of that puzzle. But yes, the church budget still does exist. We just don't have a year planned yet at this point as to when that will come forward, but it is still there.
And will the general store, once it's open, will it sell Maple Leaf sweaters?
Very hopeful it will sell excellent local food and local makes and wears, but that's probably as far as it will go.
Oh, come on. Step out of your comfort zone and offer maple syrup and Maple Leaf sweaters, and we've got it covered. Thank you, Mr. Warden. I appreciate the answers, Savannah and Randy.
You're very welcome. We'll turn next to Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And in response to Councillor Milne, I would point out that the Montreal Canadiens have been around a lot longer than the Leafs, so they are more a part of Canadian history.
But the Leafs have won more cups. I'm sorry.
When?
All right, let's go to the budget now.
So, but to Savannah, we are being approached by some of our neighbors about an economic development program. You may have, oh, sorry about that. You may.
You're now muted, sir.
Sorry about that. I just wondered whether you have anything in the budget related to working with any of our neighbors in Bruce, Dufferin, Simcoe, because the more we can work on a regional basis, the better off we'll be, the better we can leverage our funding. So I just wondered what new opportunities might be on the horizon and whether we've included them in this budget.
We're through you, Warden. We don't have anything specific included in budget for any programs, but we certainly work with our neighbors all the time. So we're on a monthly call with Bruce Grey and Simcoe to make sure that we're aligning our efforts. We have a monthly call with all of Western Ontario Wardens Caucus so that we see and participate in what's happening more broadly across Southwestern Ontario. But at this point, it's only required staff time. They haven't required budget. And most of the programs we've been able to participate in have actually been funded by either the province or the federal government. And then we participate through the staff time, which gets accounted for through work plan. So I guess in a roundabout way, it is through staffing, but not through other resources.
Thank you. Just because there is a new initiative starting up that I'm aware of that may be approaching us about some funding. So we may not be able to help them this year, but we might want to keep it in our view on the horizon.
Thank you. Is that it, Councillor Potter? Thank you. We'll turn next to Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'm just reflecting on the really great discussion for our budget for this year. So we do know that more and more families are coming up to Grey County, whether they're young professionals, families, or retirees. And to Savannah, I just wanted to have a little more clarity in terms of what the year is planned for a newcomer program. Notwithstanding we're in a provincial lockdown, but in terms of newcomer programs for the year, recognizing on page 87, you've identified many of them. Can you just clarify a bit further? Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Warden. The newcomer program is in full swing right now, which is really good news. We will be coming back to council in March with the local immigration partnership strategy and action plan that's currently being developed by our consultant. So that is being done in conjunction with our partner in Bruce County, but also with the local immigration partnership council, which now has over 50 representatives from right across Grey and Bruce. So that is really good news that we have that many people engaged in a regular conversation to help guide direction of where we're headed. And it's an interesting experience because we are an indirect service, but we have the YMCA who was funded at the same time for the same period to provide the direct services to newcomers. So they are offering the actual settlement services. And then we are pulling together the organizations so that we can help lead and participate in things like cultural awareness training and taking action items for FAM tours and things like that for our organizations, because it's really hard to be able to help integrate somebody if you don't know the whole area. We're all really good at knowing our very specific community or our specific organization we're part of, but we often don't know enough about all of the other organizations and groups that are out there. So that's what the local immigration partnership really does. It is there to understand who all the players are, how everything aligns, to make sure that we're doing everything we can to avoid duplication of service so that we're better aligning our resources, because nobody has the time or the money to be duplicating what services do exist in the area because things are so new. But that is really the focus for 2021. And through the immigration budget as well, we get to bring on a second part-time staff person, which is great. Because again, just like we see in economic development, when it comes to the local immigration partnership, it's really the staffing where we see the most value. It's not necessarily in dollars towards implementation of tools. It's having that person to pick up the phone and talk to and help guide and help direct. So that's where we're really seeing things. So hopefully we just got the draft back for the strategy yesterday, and I heard from Melissa, she is very excited that there's some really, really good detail in there. So we're going to flesh it out with the Partnership Council in the next couple of weeks, and then we'll be ready to come back to you with a full update as to what we found and the direction that we need to take over the next 5 years. So that is going to come in full detail. I just can't share those details quite yet because we're not at that draft final yet, but it is coming.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive answer. And thank you, Mr. Warden.
Very welcome. I think I see Councillor Keaveney next.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And just as a follow-up to Councillor Robinson's comments and question to you, Savannah, and I very much appreciate all the work you're doing in the newcomer program. That's fabulous. And I'm just wondering about something that I brought up to the Fort County Labor Market Planning Board and to the Y, and wondering if there's opportunity for you to be involved as well in providing more information to businesses on what their role could be with international students or with anyone seeking permanent residency in Ontario and Grey County in Canada, because I think there's lots of information for the newcomers, but a little less information for businesses on how they would go about providing support and what their responsibilities would be.
Excellent. Through you, Mr. Warden. That is exactly what the local immigration partnership is tasked to do. So working with our businesses, they're one of the organizations we're able to work with to be able to help, because it is, if you don't know what steps need to be taken or what processes there are, what opportunities there are, as a business owner, you're not even going to look at it because you just don't have the time of day to be able to do that. So we'll be able to provide those resources through the local immigration partnership, through employer roundtables, through regular communications. We're working on a website right now that we were funded for, in addition to the projects that had already been approved by IRCC. They saw value in that and forwarded us some more dollars to be able to build a website specifically geared towards employers and community organizations to help with that very thing, so that we are sharing the communication and we are sharing all of our knowledge openly so that they're ready to be able to use it whenever they have the opportunity. The international student side, something, it's not included in our budget because it came about after budget was put together, and it will be wrapped up in the next 7.5 weeks, which is one of the fastest projects we've ever done. International student project that was funded by RED in partnership with Georgian College. And that right now is very specifically looking at international students and the retention opportunities that exist, because we are not good at retaining our international students and making sure that they have a good experience and they are finding employment, because every one of them is expected to work at least 20 hours a week. So we need to make sure that we are creating those pipelines and those opportunities because we have a very willing workforce and employers who are desperate for people. So there's a good match to be had there. It's just there are a lot of barriers in the way right now. And that's what this project is trying to determine. So it is actually fully funded by both Rural Economic Development and Georgian College, which is why it hasn't appeared on our forms, because that was the arrangement we were able to make. So we're providing the staff time and the leadership, but it has been fully funded. So we'll have that report to you in April as well.
I should have known you'd be working on it, Savannah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Keaveney. Madam Clerk, I don't see any other. Oh, yeah, I see Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. Savannah just mentioned an interesting point with regards to our, I don't want to say failure, but our inability perhaps to retain foreign students to the area. What part of that can be attributed to the fact that we, in terms of visible minorities, we don't have a large population of visible minorities outside of that group of foreign students in our area? And there's multiple studies, including studies done by Statistics Canada, that show that most people who belong to a visible minority group tend to move to areas where there's at least about a 30% concentration from their particular visible minority group. So has Savannah or has the department looked into that, and can they expand on that a bit? Thank you.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Warden. It's a component of the work that's happening through the International Student Project. It's something that we started looking at through New to Grey, and we're definitely looking at through the Local Immigration Partnership. So there is a lot of learning that we need to do. And unfortunately, at this very moment, I just don't have the answers for you, but I can tell you it is on the work plan. We are taking this very seriously. And looking at what opportunities exist, what are those barriers, what do we need to do better as a community, and where can we continue to recruit people to our area, newcomers of all backgrounds, because it really is important to community building and making sure that we have the people in place to enable our employers, but also our communities to grow and to flourish. So that is all on the docket right now, but at this very moment, I just don't have the answer to be able to give you. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you for expanding on that, though.
Yes, I can tell you, Councillor Desai, that the Madam CAO, Councillor Body, and I had an opportunity to hear directly from some of those students, and they really talked about the isolation that they felt and wanting opportunities to socialize and integrate and be a part of the community. We'll have to figure out what the best ways are to facilitate that. Are there any other questions, Madam Clerk? I do not see any.
I don't see any either, sir.
Okay, so we are approaching 11:45. This is probably a good time to take a break and perhaps a longer one for lunch. I'm just going to canvass everyone and say, would your preference be to start in on social services and somewhere midpoint take a break for lunch, or would your preference be to take a break, say half an hour now, and then come back and continue with social services? Let's first of all see nods for continue right now. I see a couple of nods, and let's see nods with respect to take a break now and come back with social services. I see a couple, it's about even. So why don't we do this? I know that we just had a break not that long ago. I am going to then suggest that we not take this is going to be tough for me because I'm the world's slowest eater, as you all know. But why don't we come back, at 20 minutes past noon, and we'll consider that to be our lunch break. Would that be okay with everyone? All right. So we'll do that then. We'll break, and I'll see you at 20 past noon. Hello, everyone.
Hello, Mr. Warden.
Hi. That was tough. I can't eat that fast. But I'm having a glass of milk.
Was it a blue cow?
I don't know what to say to that.
You're only supposed to buy it if it was a blue cow. So.
No, this cow wasn't depressed at all. It was fine, so it's good.
On that note, yesterday was Bell Let's Talk Day, and I completely forgot to bring that up. So I think we should mention that it's we've made some advancements in the field of mental health and sort of trying to move away from it in terms of a stigma, but there's still quite a way to go. Yeah.
For sure. Madam Clerk, I think we have most everyone here, right? We certainly have quorum.
We do have quorum.
I see Barb here. Good. And Rob?
Yeah, I'm ready to hit play when you give the word, Mr. Warden.
I think I'm ready to go, so just let me know.
Okay, we are recording again.
Thank you, sir. So welcome back, everyone. We're going to turn next to the social services section of the budget. I see a message. Okay, I see that. So with that said, I'll turn things over to Kevin, and then I guess, Kevin, you'll turn it over to Barb, Anne Marie, and Jennifer.
Great. So yeah, I'll introduce the social services section here. So the 2021 budget for social services function, which includes social service, housing, and long-term care, includes a requirement total of operating capital of $19,138,500 compared to $17,786,300 in 2020, an increase of $1,352,200. So the first section of this portfolios is the Ontario Works in Childcare. So I'll turn it over to Barb Fetty, the director. And we're on page 141 of the detailed overview presentation here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warden, and good afternoon, County Council. Can you hear me well?
I can hear you perfectly.
Great, thank you. As Kevin mentioned, we are going to be working from page 141 through to 145 for the two programs under social services department, which are the OW, Ontario Works and Children's Services. So I'm going to be looking at some notes, and I apologize because I've got a few different things that I wanted to share with you today. The departmental budget includes a net departmental requirement of $3,276,000 compared to less than that, more than that, at $3.5 million in 2020. So we have a decrease of $246,000. That equates to almost a 7% decrease from our approved 2020 budget. I'm going to go through a few things throughout this budget that will give you an idea of where we're finding some savings and some of the other challenges that we're having. So for the social assistance budget, that includes a net departmental operating requirement of $61,800, and that's compared to $92,600. So that's a decrease of $30,000, almost $40,000, almost $31,000 there. We have in the 2021 budget, that's based on an average caseload of 1,314. That's a 3% caseload over the increase over 2020. And so 2020 is an odd year. We know that we're sitting with artificial statistics because people have been in receipt of federal benefits. They're continuing to receive federal benefits, but we're starting already in 2021 to see folks coming through the door to apply for social assistance as their CERB or CRB are no longer going to be, they're not eligible for it at this point, or they could not be. So we're anticipating caseload growth. The province has given us some caseload forecasting for across the province. given that the pandemic continues. So we think that with the caseload budget average at just over 1,300, we think we're okay, but we're just given that at the end of 2020, we were down to just over 1,000. Most of those, 75% of those are single cases. And then couples, they increased from 59 couples with children to 64 of our caseload. 64 benefit units at the end of October were couples with children. And then our sole supports are down. We had more sole supports in 2019 than we do in 2020. So a little bit of a mixed year for us, and difficult to predict of what to expect, but we've got some strategies that we're working on. So we have some non-shareable expenditures that we are continuing to work with, which are non-social assistance recipient funerals, dentures, those kinds of things. We did see a new program come through this past year from the public health unit, the Ontario Seniors Dental Care Program, and that has decreased some of the pressures on our own program, which is a good thing because we had very limited capacity to serve, and I think people are finding they're getting their needs met through the new provincial program that's serviced by public health. I'll move on to the administration. You'll see that the budget requires just almost $1.3 million, and that's for operating and capital. And we're down a little bit. We're down almost 40,000 over last year. We have been frozen at our revenues from the province. Our funding formula has been frozen at the 2018 actuals. It's been okay this year because, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we've had lesser caseload coming through. We've had the ability not to backfill as many staff. We've got some things happening at the provincial level where digital strategies have been implemented, and so we can do things a little differently. And we have less expenditures for travel, of course. Management's not going to training out of the area. We're doing things remotely. So we've had some costs incurred in that way, but we've also had some savings. And we think we've got some great solutions. Some of the silver linings in all this is that we think we're serving clients better in certain ways, and we're going to keep some of these going forward when the pandemic is over. We think there's a great opportunity for us to build on some of this as we get to that point. I wanted to share with you that we are no longer keeping hard files either. So we have electronic document management that we had implemented. It's like we knew the pandemic was coming, even though we didn't. We were able to take advantage of some digital solutions that the province was offering, and we were able to hop in early, and they have really benefited us. So again, we're saving in that capacity on paper and storage and even staffing, backfilling some staff as well. But with that, some of our computer expenses have increased, and we've got support fees that are going up, as well as some of those other document management systems that we didn't have before. The 2021 budget contains a 1.62 cost of living adjustment for both our union and non-union salaries. And we have capital expenditures for those laptops, desktops, monitors, those kinds of things. And we're funding those through our computer replacement reserve. We used to, not that long ago, have a regular reserve for all the desktops. I don't even know that we have that many. I think we might have 1 or 2 desktops at this point. We have moved much more to a flexible kind of service, and then we needed the ability to take our systems with us. So I moved to the next page, which will be, I think it's going to be 142, I believe. I'm talking about the employment assistance piece. Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
Kevin.
it starts on 141.
Okay, great. My document doesn't quite match up with yours, so I'll just try and keep it as close as possible.
No problem.
The employment assistance budget includes a net operating requirement of almost $500,000. And we're down there. We have a decrease of over $100,000. And so again, this goes back to not being able to do some of the things we used to do with some of our clients, the in-person workshops that had expenses that go with it. We are going to continue some of that. We know that COVID isn't wrapping up anytime soon. Unfortunately, we've got to continue some of our strategies. We know people haven't been getting to placements the way they had been because of the protocols. And certainly we've had a change in the transportation costs for people to get places, those kinds of things that were part of that employment assistance. When we look at the childcare component, so childcare has been really dynamic, and by dynamic, I want to say the staff have been fantastic and dynamic, but it's been dynamic in the fact that we've had to pivot constantly this past year and early into 2021 already. The 2021 licensed home childcare budget includes a department operating requirement of almost $150,000 compared to almost $190,000 in 2020. So that's a decrease of $41,000, and we've lost some of our home providers. Years ago, we had almost, in fact, if I could recall correctly, I think we had 52 at our peak. We've continued to decline. The requirements to be a home provider are the same as the requirements to be a service provider. So it's a lot on a family that's a single provider that has offered licensed childcare out of their home. But we have to guarantee the quality. And so we are down to 25 across the county, and it does still continue to provide choice for families, and especially in areas where there isn't an actual childcare center. These are great opportunities for families that need the care. We will be continuing to promote this kind of care and hopefully recruit as we go forward, but it is a challenge. The funding also included in the budget, we assist with the general operating expenses for those folks. So the childcare administration, very small team, and the revised childcare funding formula was introduced in, 8 years ago, 7 years ago, I guess. And moving forward, we were given some mitigation funding to help us to get to where we needed to be. We're still using that mitigation funding. We were able to prolong it. We know some of our co-managers across the province used it differently than us, but fortunately we had the foresight to put it in the bank and withdraw as we needed it. So this year we are using some of it as well to help us with the shortfall. So we have been stretching it, I guess is the message I wanted to say. 2021 admin budget for childcare for children's services includes a net department operating requirement of $140,700. And that remains the same as 2020. And we're utilizing some of that mitigation funds, those mitigations funds for this, $60,000 almost for that. We have reallocated some of our salaries because we were given some safe restart funding. Those are the provincial dollars that have been allocated to pandemic relief. And we have been shifting some things around. So I don't think it has to be said, but I will say it. We've had the closure. Then we had some opportunity to retain the infrastructure. We didn't want to lose the childcare centers over that closure period. Then we were challenged with some emergency childcare management over last summer, then a period of shutdown, and then reopen, emergency childcare, and now we are in a period of reopen again. So it's been a lot of pivoting and a very small team. So kudos to that team to be able to do all of that. They've worked awfully hard. And so we are going to allocate as much of our expenditures as possible to be able to ensure that we retain that significant amount of funds for safe restart that we had received. I would move to the repairs and maintenance. We have repairs and maintenance dollars that are flowed to us in another budget. It's 100% funded by the province, and included is a small waterworks fund, and that's for those childcare centers that are in small communities where we have to test well water. We have childcare early years planning and data analysis. This is important for us because we are in a period where we need this data to be able to reflect back on what did it look like prior to pandemic? What's it look like going forward? How do we feed this information to our 3 boards of education and our other community partners that work with us? And we have one staff that does this, and this one staff also works with the other departments in the corporation. So grateful for the flexibility of that staff member and the prioritizing for the childcare piece that we need so badly. We do not, of course, have the meetings that we had planned. And so we do have some savings in that capacity. The early on, you'll see an early on budget reflected. The 2021 budget includes a net departmental operating requirement of just over 100,000, 108,500, and that's down a little bit, a decrease of just over 20,000. And that budget supports services and programs for kids that are 6 and under, and we don't have enough provincial funding for it, and that funding has not been supporting. We've had to add additional funds for a number of years now. We do continue to advocate, but we have had to add. The Indigenous-led operating used to be called Journey Together funding. So you've heard of this one before. And this is 100% funding. And this line allows for culturally relevant early years programming across the county. And the budget contains $72,000 in operating expenditures for this budget line. Fee subsidy. This is for families who need supports to help pay their childcare. They may be able to, there's a sliding scale, but they may be able to meet some of their needs. But of course, childcare is pricey. It's very expensive, hard on families who, even with 2 parents working. So the fee subsidy budget contains childcare fee subsidy for nonprofit and for-profit childcare operators. And then we have some OW, formal and informal childcare lines for families that are in receipt of OW, but also need childcare. This budget includes a departmental operating requirement of $478,000, and that's up a bit from $437,000. And it's based on the 2019 actuals plus per diem increases. We are using a bit of mitigation funding here, $375,000 to offset the funding shortfall. And then we have capacity building. So you'll see there's a multitude of childcare budgets here. It would be easier and better if we had block funding, but we don't at this point. So we'll continue to use their budget lines. That's not a choice. This is 100% provincially funded for us, though, and so there is no municipal contribution. And this is these funds provide professional learning and development opportunities to support childcare, high-quality childcare programs across the county. And a portion is for this. A portion is allocated for the children's services supervisor's salary in this line as well. Play-based materials budget. It remains to fund the materials and the equipment that is needed by the childcare operators. And then we, as I mentioned earlier, that Safe Restart funding, we were allocated almost $1 million, $954,000 in Safe Restart funding. And that was in 2020. And we knew that half would be estimated to be required last year, and then the other half will be used in this budget in 2021. Funding can be used for childcare operators to fund the cost of short-term vacancies, which we know there have been lots because of the numbers that were limited, what percentage could go back, and some of were only at 25% operating at times. There's child absenteeism. If there was an opportunity for a child to pick up a virus, a sniffle, whatever it was, and they had to be out of the classroom, out of the childcare, we had to still sustain the center. Personal protective, the PPE that we've heard so much about. We've been really supporting our operators and ensuring that their needs are met. It's critical. Enhancing the cleaning as well, and additional staffing and minor capital. Some of our operators had to add some plastic, like different kinds of things to help keep the children safe and as well as the staff. And then a portion of finance salaries is included in this, because if we didn't have our finance partners, we wouldn't be able to do this. We're operations and we need those folks to help us through this. General operating grant. This is 100% provincially funded budget, and it contains funding provided to assist childcare operators with wages, occupancy costs, all of the things to keep the lights on and programs moving. I'm on to special needs, and that is at the top of 144, I think. Yep. Okay. Special needs resourcing. This budget includes a net departmental operating requirement of $187,600. It's not changed from last year, from 2020. We support the inclusion of special needs in licensed childcare settings, and there's no additional cost to the parent or the guardian with this line. Wage enhancement. So the WEG, this is the wage enhancement budget, and it's currently 100% provincially funded. And it's intended to increase the childcare wages. We all know that there's a huge gap in our ECE wages. It is a very low paid sector. And as we continue to advocate for their need, it's only been impressed upon us, I think, even more how important and vital they are to the recovery and the system. And we need that reflected in the wages of this sector. In 2022, the county will be required to cost share 50% of the 53,700 in wage enhancement administration expenses. So at this point, though, they're 100% funded. Expansion funding, another budget line, and this one's 100% provincially funded. It's to create access to licensed childcare for kids that are 0 to 4. And in 2021, a total of just over 1.2 million in provincial funding is budgeted to be used for this. The ministry announced that a voluntary cost share for this budget is continuing in 2021. The voluntary share would be 234,300 if the ministry funding is fully expended. So the 20% operating cost share for the budget is expected to be mandatory next year, though, and along with the new required 50% admin cost share. We were expecting a cost share. We'd been told that 2021 was bringing some of these cost share to our budgets, but we were very fortunate to have Ministry of Education delay this. Early learning and childcare funding, the ELCC. This is a federal budget program, federally funded, and it's intended for kids that are 0 to 12 so that they can access licensed childcare. And for 2021, a total of 524,000 in annual funding is budgeted. However, the ministry funding has not been confirmed yet. We are hoping to hear more on that soon. These announcements come not early enough for us, but they do come. So we have county initiatives budget. Is that on this page as well? Yes. So still on 144. This social initiatives budget includes departmental requirement of an operating requirement of 291,900. That's no different from 2020. This is a really important line for us. These are initiatives that are 100% municipal dollars. Out of this budget, we pay for a contribution to the Poverty Task Force, that collaboration of agencies and organizations across Grey Bruce that does so much and has been extremely vital during the pandemic to fill the gaps. The Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy. We talked a bit about this yesterday at County Council, and the other pandemic or the other crisis that we're seeing, which is the opioid crisis. And as well, children's mental health. I think the significance yesterday of Bell Let's Talk and the challenges we're going to see of some post-traumatic stress and whatnot after this pandemic is over. We are partners with Keystone for this. We have other smaller initiatives included in this, including baby bags and whatnot. But it's this, as I mentioned, we count on this to help us provide additional supports in addition to the programs that are provided for through the province, allocating and delegating us to deliver on their behalf. We have our van program. It is a very small program at this point. We have one driver. He's also the coordinator, and during this period of time, that particular driver has been doing really important things, moving lots of stuff around the county, PPE from site to site, supporting various departments in the county, as well as some community agencies that needed help to move their goods to get things to the people that needed them. We had returned to somewhat of a schedule to move folks to appointments, of course, adhering to protocol. However, at this point in time, what we're also looking at is a strategy to connect our program with the GTR and ensure that we are maximizing the services to people who need them. Ontario Works Admin Capital. We don't have a lot of capital. We do have, of course, the reserve to fund our laptops and other computer needs, but we do have in Children's Services capital budget that has a net levy decrease of 44,800 compared to last year. This budget includes some capital needs for our Early On Center that is located in Hanover. We had been working hard over the years to ensure that center would remain accessible in the future and meet compliance, the AODA compliance for 2025. However, we also are looking at currently, we've incorporated a lot of virtual programming. We know our families like that. Bad weather days mean people still have programming needs, but they can't get to the site. So we have been investigating alternatives, and we'll continue to do that. The Indigenous-led capital. So as I mentioned earlier, this is former Journey Together funding, and we were fortunate to receive a significant amount in the last couple years to help Mawikwadong Friendship Center and their early on location there. And I look forward to an opportunity to attend the launch. They are working in the center, and I know we have had staff attend, and they're telling us it's a beautiful site. Looking forward to sharing that back to council. And the Early on Dundalk Community Center Capital, again, another beautiful space where we were allocated some funding, and we still had some additional capital funding that was received in 2020 to help us with the startup costs at that location. I think I've come to the end of my presentation, and I'll hold for questions now, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much, Barb. I know that there's a lot to unpack there, but nevertheless, I'm still going to ask councillors to please hold your questions. We're going to try to get through this section and then have the question period for all of social services. So if that's okay with you, Barb, we'll turn next to Anne Marie and move on to housing. That's page 146 to 148.
I'd just like to confirm that my volume's working again. Good.
Your volume is good right now. I noticed earlier on it goes in waves. I don't know if you move away from your mic and then come back, but it's perfect right now.
Great. So for housing, we're looking at page 146. I do actually have noticed, Kevin, that you're not sharing. I do have a presentation around the Affordable Housing Fund. Did you want me to do that now, Kevin, or?
Whatever you feel, I'm fine, Anne-Marie. And Tara did give me a thought that you might take over here. So go ahead, please.
Okay. So if everyone can see that, I am going to skip ahead then a few just to the Affordable Housing Fund. The Affordable Housing Committee did support a 1% allocation, I guess, for the 2021 budget, and then recommends that a 1% of the net levy for the corporate budget be transferred to Affordable Housing Fund each year. And I just wanted to give a little bit more background for everyone on the committee and its recommendation. So we started off at the committee looking at who were our target audience, and it is for people that are in need of affordable housing versus attainable or a modest market. And the affordable housing part of it is pretty much made up of people that are on our wait list or that would qualify for our wait list. I've said in the past that it's very difficult to determine the need based on the current system we use for waitlists right now. Anyone in Ontario can apply to our waitlist, and anyone on our waitlist can apply for every building in the county. So we did take a look at it in November and did a snapshot, and we identified that there were 556 Grey County residents that needed affordable or rent geared to income housing. We were able to determine that there were 289 one-bedroom singles, 187 seniors, and 80 families looking for either 2 or 3 bedroom units. We were able to drill down a little bit further and looked at the current address that they had. So if they were living in Chatsworth, we assumed that they were looking at housing in Chatsworth mainly, even if they had put their name on for every building in the county. So as you can see, Owen Sound, not surprisingly, has a very high percentage or high number of people that require affordable housing. Again, it makes sense just because a lot of services and a lot of organizations are located in Owen Sound. You'll note too that Meaford and Hanover and Durham also have significant numbers of people that would be looking for affordable housing.
And Marie, just so you know, those numbers are really, really small. And for older people like me, if you would refer to the numbers, because we can't read them clearly.
Certainly. So Chatsworth, we have 6 people, Dundalk 12, Durham 27, Flesherton 6, Hanover 43, Holstein had 0 on our wait list right now, Meaford 28, Markdale 8, Newstead 0, Owen Sound 369, and Thornbury had 8. And again, we based it on areas in which we have existing housing.
Thank
So
you.
next, we did review some of the affordable builds that we have done in the last few years in Owen Sound and in Durham, noting that we were able to create 54 units of housing in 3 years. And that was a combination of using all of the funds that we had available to us from the province. We also noted for 2021, we were fortunate enough to receive one-time funding from the province that allowed us to move forward with a build of 60 units. The province since then has pretty much cut the funding in half that we receive for builds now, but they are using it for different purposes like a housing benefit. And we're hoping in 2021 that that portable housing benefit will be available for 40 households within Grey County. We're looking at a rent supplement program, and we did receive funding for our Social Services Relief Fund for some supportive housing. So options for creating affordable housing, the task force took a look at a number of different options. These are the ones that are most viable. Rent supplements make sense. For instance, if you look at the town of Blue Mountains in Thornbury, we had 8 people on our wait list. Possibly providing the 4 seniors that are on that wait list with a rent supplement may allow them to stay where they are if the housing is appropriate and it's just an affordability issue. So those are some of the things we could look at with this fund. The co-investment fund for nonprofit housing providers. Right now, the province's funding that they do allow for builds is focused in on nonprofit housing providers. It makes sense if you have limited funding that this funding goes to the people that are already delivering housing, have a track record of being able to manage housing, and know the needs of the tenants. But in saying that, there's not enough funds in order to do a build that we are getting from the province, so more funding is needed. We may have opportunity looking at our seniors in Durham for at our campus of care. There might be some housing opportunities there. And we know we've got lots of opportunity in Grey County itself for redevelopment. One specific example that comes to mind would be in Dundalk. We have a property in Dundalk that has land and certainly could be redeveloped. And also looking, is there an opportunity for land banks or acquiring property? This may help with attracting private developers that might be interested in developing. There wouldn't be funds available for them through the province. So maybe incentives such as some land and some development charges being waived might be enough to provide some housing. I also provided a list here of possibilities. Basically, all this slide says is that we have nonprofits that are ready to develop. They have the land, they've got the action plan, they just don't have the money to do it. And we know that we're not going to have enough money from the federal and provincial governments in order for these to move forward, and that funding from the county is required. So the Affordable Housing Development Fund, the task force looked at some ways in which we could build the fund, looking at establishing a 1% levy annualized towards the affordable housing in 2021. That would equal $610,500. We looked at the possibility of some one-time funding this year. And we know that divesting property is also another way to provide some funding. About 3 or 4 years ago, I came before council with a plan looking at some of our older wartime houses, and as they became available, looking at selling them and then taking that money and divesting it and obviously or repurposing it. We have had 2 that have come available just this year, and they're the only 2 that have come available in 3 years. And we're hoping that we would get around $500,000 from the sale of those 2 units. And then, of course, looking at our provincial and federal funds, right now we average about $5,000 or $550,000. So that is just a little bit of background then on the Affordable Housing Fund. and where the background information, the possibilities that we have, and how we came up with what funding might be available for that fund. So I'm going to start back at the top of the page of 146. Looking at the housing budget overall, we're looking at an increase, including the Affordable Housing Fund amount of $1,222,900. I'll start off by reviewing the operating budget, which can be found on page 187 for the details. We're looking at a total increase of $84,500 for the operating portion. We did have an increase in our insurance costs of $21,000. We have a property tax increase of $60,600. And we did have a reduction in our federal funding by $8,500. The federal funding does decrease over years. We do have an increase in our salary and benefits of $138,600, and that is for the addition of a community relations worker, which will be 100% provincially funded through our community homelessness prevention initiative. A community relations worker. We have one right now for all of Grey County, and definitely need another one. They work with our tenants to maintain their tenancy, to help our seniors age in place by getting in referrals, to help others that may need mental health supports, food bank. So they're an integral part of supporting our tenants that live with us. Also, this budget includes the implementation of internet into our Grey County buildings. It's the total cost of $66,600. We do have $42,300, which will be funded from reserve, and that is the cost of setup. So that's the cost of getting it into our buildings. And then there will be an annual cost of $32,000, around $32,000 per year, in order to maintain the internet. Right now, we don't have internet in our buildings. It will certainly be great for it to be available for our tenants in our common rooms. They'll be able to access it there, and also for our staff. It'll bring us into 2021. Lots of excitement around this, and I think it's great for our staff and for our tenants. We also have a decrease in reduction in mortgage and debenture payments. We had 3 that dropped off from our buildings in 2020, and we have a number of employees that are moving on our wage grid. We have had a number of retirements, and we've also had a number of promotions from within. I always believe in mentoring and promotion from within when possible. Capital budget. Our capital budget is on page 206 for details. It is an increase of $27,900 compared to our 2020 capital budget. The budget expenditures are for 49 projects altogether. 26 of those are carried forward from 2020, ones that we were unable to get to, whether it's because they were in a tenant's house or just because of the market. And that includes 7 from 20, so it's only 7 new projects that we're putting in from 2021. So a total of 33 projects. The other lines that we have that are general items. So for instance, appliances, consulting fees, hot water tanks. So when we look at it, there's really 33 projects that are going to need tendering or quotes. And we are looking at grouping projects together. For instance, we have 6 parking lots that we need to do. So we'll make sure that we tender all of them together and probably include the administration building one in that too. And we always look for energy savings projects whenever possible. If we rely on our 10-year capital and our building condition assessments, and when an item is needed for renewal, we always make sure that we look to see if there's any energy programs or savings that can be had for that too. Nonprofit budget, that's on page 200. We have 9 partners, nonprofit partners that we fund that provide affordable and market housing. for seniors and non-seniors. We have a decrease in $1,800. One of the reasons for the decrease is we rely on indices from the province as to how the funding model works, and there was a decrease in the index for hydro this year. So hydro funding went down. On page 147, we have a number of provincial programs. Those programs details can be found on page 191 to 199. We have our Canada Ontario Community Housing Initiative, in which we received some funding. We received funding in 2020, and in some of that will be is forwarded in 2021. And these funds have been committed to our own Sound Housing Company and the development of 60 units. Same with our Ontario Priority Housing Initiative, again, 100% provincially funded, and those funds will be going towards these 60 units of housing. Our Community Homelessness Prevention Initiative, again, is 100% provincially funded. It provides us funding to prevent and address and reduce homelessness. We are slated to receive the same amount of funding as we did in 2020, and we provide a number of supports supports to agencies that provide services to our most vulnerable populations. And on page 148, we have Social Services Relief Fund. The province did provide funding to look at the post-COVID world and looking at providing more supportive and transitional housing. We're partnering with 3 community agencies in order to provide 10 units of much needed transitional and supportive housing in our communities. And that housing is slated to be completed December 31st of this year.
Okay. Thank you very much, Anne Marie. And again, I'll ask councillors to just hold your questions, and we'll go through long-term care. And Jennifer,
Okay,
you
great.
have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'll just check that my sound is okay.
Your sound is perfect. And we're at page 149.
Great, thank you very much. So good afternoon, County Council. The promise of Grey County long-term care is to color it your way. So that's the commitment we make to our resident-centered care to support each resident's physical and emotional well-being. Resident-centered care is achieved through the many moving parts that make up our long-term care department. Through leadership, team members in all departments providing everything from a clean home, clinical care, good nutritious meals, and an overall safe and community environment. It's the collaboration and combination of all of these that creates our resident-centered care. The proposed budget before you today was presented to the Long-Term Care Committee of Management on November 10th and endorsed by Council on November 24th to be included in this overall budget package here today. In November, we made a commitment to continue reviewing the long-term care budget for potential savings, and you will see that the original budget proposed an increase to the levy of 7.7% or $545,000, and the budget presented today has been decreased to a levy impact increase of 5.31% or $375,900. This levy impact reflects an investment in frontline care hours in the nursing and recreation departments, a focus on nutrition and meal service, an investment in registered nursing hours for infection prevention and control, and an investment in the building and maintenance upkeep. On page 149, the homes, I'll quickly just summarize that the homes operate with revenue from 4 sources outlined here on the screen. The Ministry of Long-Term Care, which includes level of care base funding, global level of care, the case mix index, structural compliance and minor capital subsidy, and then the resident copayment, other incomes such as rental space and County of Grey taxation. When we get to the questions, Joanna is available on the line today as well to assist with any specific questions related to these topics. The specific budget impacts for each home are highlighted here. And maybe, Kevin, I'll get you to scroll down to page 151. Thanks. And each executive director is also on the call if there are specific questions related to their care community. Just to give you a highlight, as I indicated, the bulk of the changes or the impact on the budget are related to frontline staffing hours. So at Grey Gables, there's an investment in particularly in dietary department, personal support worker, and recreation. And then in all three, you'll see an investment in hours for RN for the infection prevention control. Lee Manor has an investment in RPN hours and the RN IPAC, and some additional staffing hours to provide support in scheduling. And staffing and human resources and recruitment is an ongoing project and challenge, and an area that we're working to support. And so we're looking to trial this at Lee Manor and see what impact it makes, and hope for a positive impact. At Rockwood Terrace, the investment in frontline hours is spread out across a few departments. So laundry, the RN IPAC specific hours, and additional hours supporting the front office. So I didn't warn Kevin that I'm going to go back to 150, page 150 for the pandemic. Great, thanks. So finally, to highlight the impact of the current and ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic has had a significant impact on the finances and operations of the homes. The financial implications are difficult to predict for 2021. We are hopeful that the vaccine will assist in lessening the duration of the pandemic, but we're also acutely aware that there is still a long road ahead. The 2021 budget assumes that the ministry will continue to provide emergency funding support, and that any shortfalls will be funded by the federal provincial Safe Restart support. So today there's no budgeted levy impact reflected as related to the pandemic. Thanks. So that's a summary. As I said, it's been presented to Committee of Management and already before you previously, and we're all available to answer any specific questions.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, Jennifer. And Council, I would ask that the screen, yeah, there we go. And Council, it's now your turn. If you have questions for any of the three, starting with Councillor Potter.
Thank you. I guess my question is to Anne Marie. When you look at the needs and the places that are needed, do you look at workplace as well as where they reside? For example, someone that resides in one town may work somewhere else and may prefer to live there if possible. So do you have that kind of information?
We don't have that kind of information. And again, that's the limitations to the system that we use, the wait list system that's used provincially. But I do know that still around 50% of the people that live with us are seniors. And we probably do have a higher percentage of people that that are on ODSP or other programs. So work-wise, if a person is wanting to, are you thinking maybe that someone might want to, that lives in Owen Sound right now, but may want to work in Hanover?
Or Blue Mountains or wherever.
Right.
Yeah,
so,
Meaford, whatever.
Right. So we just based it on where people were living right now. But certainly if they are in our housing, they can transfer. And certainly work would be an urgent transfer for us. So we would put them on an urgent transfer list in order to move to where they are working.
Okay, and if I could have a follow-up, the land bank, do we look at
Rob, just hold a second, because I wonder, Randy, I know that this subject came up at the Hanover Owen Sound task force. Is there anything that you might be able, I don't want to, I'm famous for putting people on the spot, but is there anything that you might be able to add with respect to Councillor Potter's question here?
I apologize. I was trying to multitask, and if someone can repeat the question, I'll be able to respond.
So there was a question about, people are on the wait list, but the wait list reflects where they're currently living. And I noted that the Hanover Owen Sound Task Force, we had talked about, yes, people live here, but work here. And that sort of mobility piece was something I remember us having a discussion about. I can't remember the details of it. I just wondered if you recall anything that might be helpful to Councillor Potter's question about the mobility piece, people living in one place, but working in another.
And,
Yeah,
and I was specifically looking for, when we look at the housing needs, because we know that there are more than 8 people who would like to find affordable housing within the Thornbury Craigleith area. So our chart shows very little need in those numbers, but we know there's a lot more than that. That's why we have a project going on ourselves, which, by the way, would be available for county use if there is, if we can work something out. I know there's been some communication. Anyway, it was specifically related to that, but I think that applies all over the county.
Sorry,
Sure.
could I just jump in there for?
Yeah,
I
go
think
ahead,
we're
Emery.
looking at 2 different types of housing. So there's affordable housing and then there's attainable housing. And attainable
I'm looking
housing,
at both. I'm looking at both. So if I know it's hard, but if we could look at them from both sides, because again, we know there are even people in Simcoe County who are looking to live here. So we know there's a greater need than what is shown in that chart.
So I can state that that chart is the people that have registered with Grey County for affordable housing. So they're looking at rent geared to income housing is what they need. So their income, probably you're looking at below $20,000 a year. Attainable housing, yes, there is certainly a need for attainable housing. Someone who might be working in the area that is making minimum rent, or sorry, minimum wage, they certainly would be looking for an attainable housing, but they would probably be able to afford around that $800 mark, in which in that case, the build that you're looking at is appropriate for that. Someone who's on the Grey County housing list for rent geared to income would be unable to afford that and needs that extra subsidy. In saying that, when we do look at building affordable housing, we know that we would put a mix in. So it would be a mix of affordable and attainable and market housing all in one. That's just what makes it sustainable and viable and works and allows us to provide those subsidies for others. So what I presented today was just based on rent geared to income housing. And I agree with you, there are more people that need attainable housing.
Okay, thank you, because I know more than 4 people myself that would be on that list. And secondly, when we look at land banks, do we look at the potential to use some of the existing municipal lands across the county as potential sites? Are they in our land bank list?
I can speak to that, Mr. Warden. And yes, for sure. That's our key focus, is if we already have the lands available or under the ownership of either the municipality, the county, or even the province. So we're looking at all publicly owned lands as part of the land bank analysis work. And we want to explore that further with each of your local municipalities and local municipal staff to see which of those properties would be best suited for affordable and attainable housing. So that's currently in the works as we speak. And again, that's to me, that's the low-hanging fruit. That's the stuff. If we already own those lands, that makes it just that much easier to be able to provide to support these affordable and attainable housing builds. If there are still some lands that are not available outside of public owned lands, that's when we'll look for opportunities then to possibly purchase land in order to make some of these affordable and attainable housing builds a reality.
Thank you. Any other questions? I don't see any other hands right now.
Yes.
I see Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. My question is in regards to long-term care, so I guess that'd be for Jennifer. Speaking of budget impacts regarding salaries and benefits, I note quite rightly that the budget proposes an investment in direct care staffing hours, and I presume that's to increase those staffing hours. There's been a lot of chatter since the pandemic has has overtaken us about the wages for PSWs. And I know this can be a delicate topic with unions and all the rest of it, but I'm wondering, is it worth investigating whether we can push our wages up for the PSWs, whether that would help in our recruiting efforts? I mean, that it's almost a rhetorical question, but I'm not phrasing that very well, but are you following along a little bit where I'm trying to go without actually saying it?
Jennifer?
Sure, through you, Mr. Warden. I think I hear what you're saying, and historically, the county wages do tend to be at the higher end of the comparative scale. Having said that, nothing is worth not. It's absolutely worth investigating. If we want to improve our recruitment and our retention for all of our staff, and so we will leave no stone unturned, and we will certainly do investigation on what the wages are across the province, and whether we should be looking at making any changes.
Well, thank you for that response. And I think it's worth somehow communicating to our community that perhaps the county is being a little more responsible in terms of PSW wages. And I'm just using PSW as an example, but than the provincial average, because people see in the media what the provincial average is, and they say, my God, how can anybody survive on that wage? It's no wonder they're working at 2 or 3 different facilities. We maybe could do ourselves a favor and maybe up our recruiting just by making people more aware of how we're doing a better job of compensating our employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Suever.
Yes, I was going to bring something else up, but Councillor Milne raises a very good point. And I, like to thank Jennifer and her team for doing such a great job on our long-term care. We've had no deaths, and knock on wood here. And when you see how the virus spreads in other communities around in particularly long-term care homes, I think it's due to the protocols that we have in place, and the fact that we do have a county system that has helped us with our excellent record in our long-term care homes. So in terms of that, the Safe Restart funding, I see here, Barb did bring it up, and that was going to be my original question before Councillor Milne discussed the wages. But we only spent 1.518 of our Safe Restart funding, phase 1 funding. So we do have 1.57 million left for 2021. And we also have 619 that we received as part of phase 2. We didn't apply for the application portion of the phase 2, which that was quite an interesting thing too, because only 48 of 444 municipalities actually did apply for that. So, so we do have funds available. And so following up on Councillor Milne's, maybe a good place to do that would be to reward our long-term care staff for doing such a great job. And so Barb, your mention of Safe Restart funding is separate from that. Is that correct? The 954, that's a separate pool of money?
Through you, Mr. Warden, that is correct, Councillor Suever. There was an allocation directly to through the Ministry of Education for childcare.
Is there anything to stop social services from dipping into the other Safe Restart funding that we have? It seems like we have, about 2.1 million in the 2 left over so far. And that so much we didn't even apply for part of it.
It's a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know whether Kevin, the ministries tend to really silo and we have to report back on what we've used. So I don't know if we have any flexibilities, but it's a good question.
Kevin?
Yes, the way we've budgeted, if departmental specific COVID funding was insufficient for those operations, we're then allocating that safe restart that was generally provided to the county. So that's how we're operating this. Even at the time of this budget preparation, we believe we'd be short on long-term care, but we've received long-term care announcements since that, as well as we've received announcements for paramedic services that we're going to get further funding from them to help with our COVID-related costs. So, yeah, where it was short is where departmental specific COVID funding was short. We're using that safe restart that was given generally to the corporation.
Thank you for that clarity.
That's it, Councillor Sauer?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands.
Yes, Councillor Robinson.
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Robinson. Go right ahead.
Not a problem, Mr. Warden. So my question is for Barb Feedy, and it is on the line of the Safe Restart funding in relation to early on. So the paragraph that you have listed on page 143 of our budget document, and I understand the decrease and the reallocation of that 20,003, but my concern is where you speak about insufficient provincial funding. So what within the program are we potentially missing out on for the children under 6? And is there any other funding other than restart funding that we should be advocating to the province for? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Warden, I'm going to call on the Children's Services Manager for assistance with this question. Tara Cockrell has joined the call. And Tara, can I ask you to join in this conversation?
Was trying to unmute. Was I successful?
You were. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Through you, Mr. Warden, we have been advocating to the province as there has not been an increase to our early on budget since I started with Grey County to any real extent. So it is acknowledged by the province that this hasn't changed, and they've also acknowledged the increase in rents for things like our school board-based programs. So we haven't been told there's any additional funding coming, but we're certainly advocating for it.
Thank you, Tara.
Thank you.
You good, Councillor Robinson?
Yes, thank you. I'm still, I'm just noting that maybe the appropriate time, which would be another meeting, a consideration for a delegation at some time, but we'll have to connect with Barb and her,
Sure.
her staff on that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Sorry, she just didn't want to unmute there. Question for Barb. Now, I have to admit, I haven't looked through the detailed sheets here, but I'm wondering, Barb, the program that I used to I really enjoy attending graduations, was that the STEPS program, or what was the name of that program?
Getting Ahead, I think.
Yes, through you, Mr. Warden. Thank you for that. It was the Getting Ahead program. And
right, is that still on?
So it's on pause. So it's not off the table, and we believe it's a fantastic fit for the life stabilization that we're moving towards. It's sort of a pre-employment piece, right? People, have to learn some other things. They have to sort through some things going on in their life before they're ready to go to work. So very successful. I think my last count, if I recall correctly, over 225 graduates, and we were successful in hosting those throughout the county because we recognized there were transportation issues. And we certainly used our van program to move people back and forth. We had childcare dollars, all kinds of great things happening. Unfortunately, due to COVID, it's on pause, but we will, it's not gone away. It's just on pause.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that program's going, and not just because they always put on a great lunch. It's a great program and it helps a lot of people. Thank you.
It does.
Thank
It does indeed. Okay, I think those are the hands that I see. I don't see any other hands. So we've completed the social services section. We have just one to go, which is transportation and public safety. But I'm going to suggest that we take a 15-minute break and then come back and finish. So that puts us to 20 minutes to 2 or 1:40. We'll be back. Looks like the majority of us are back. We certainly have quorum. Rob, you'll let me know when it's good to go.
Okay, we are recording again. You are good to proceed, Mr. Warden.
Thank you very much. So we're back and we're going to get on into transportation and public safety. So that puts Kevin McNabb and Pat Hoy on deck. And Kevin, you're going to start off.
Great. So I'm at 246 of the detail package, and I'll lead in here. The transportation and public safety function includes a net requirement total of operating and capital of $28,474,700 compared to $27,102,200 in 2020, an increase of $1,384,500. And the first budgets to be under this section is paramedic services. So I'll turn that over to Kevin McNabb.
Good afternoon, Warden, County Council. For paramedic services. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you perfectly. Sorry, I interrupted.
Oh, sorry. For 2021 paramedic services departmental budget includes a department requirement of $7,498,900 compared to $7,219,500 in 2020, which is an increase of $279,400 or a 3.87% increase. For the operating budget, the 2021 operating budget reflects a $252,800 increase compared to 2020. For funding, the Ministry of Health provides current year funding based upon a 50% of the previous year's budgeted, adjusted for public sector accounting board eligible expenditures like amortization, future benefit costs, and WSIB costs, for example. In 2019, there was a change in the funding model where we no longer get the inflationary increase each year. We built the 21 budgeted grant on the assumption that the funding model would continue to be the same for 2019 and 2020. This grant, though, does not include the money to fund our community paramedic program through the Southwest LHIN. For 2021, the proposed budget includes a response time enhancement and also changes to system service delivery that we brought to council in a committee report in October of 2020. We're recommending increased staffing to Chatsworth, which will allow night coverage 7 days a week, which would be an additional 4 full-time staff. And this would also include the vacation, sick, and backfill for a total of $683,000. What this will allow us to do is have better coverage through to Chatsworth in the center part of our county, as well allow for increased coverage in the Meaford and Craigleith stations and the Grey Highlands and Dundalk bases at night when we have reduced resources and would limit these standbys. In keeping with the funding mechanism as we used previously for staffing, the budget shows a 50% cost as funded from the reserve and 50% from levy. And assuming that the funding model will not change, that the ministry will fund their 50% in 2022. For new models of care, the Ambulance Act has changed, and which allows us to now to look at different ways of managing these patients, looking at ways of treating and releasing, treating and referring these patients. To start to move ahead in this area, we're looking at offering training in palliative care as well, some improvements around mental health, which will allow these patients to be treated in their home. As well, we'll open up the doors to have single person response to respond to some of these calls, which will prevent ambulances from having to be tied up on some of these lower acuity calls. For salaries and benefits, excluding the community paramedicine program and wages paid to transportation services for repairs, salaries and benefits have increased $1,456,400 as compared to the 2020 budget. This includes the response time enhancement to Chatsworth. The majority of our budget is salaries and benefits at 84.7% of the total operating expenditures. The salaries and benefits line has been impacted by a wage increase for unionized staff where a collective agreement had expired December 31st of 2020. We'll be entering into negotiations in the next couple of months, as well as a 1.62 wage increase for non-union staff. The budget page, paramedic services general, includes a $80,800 transfer from the paramedic reserve fund to fund one-time costs for moving to a new scheduling software. This will help us meet the needs of the collective agreement and also be able to meet the specific needs of our operations around scheduling, as well to fund helmets and vests, which we replace every 15 years. For the pad budget, we want to continue on with what we've been doing regards to replacing pads and batteries to maintain these public access defibrillators in the county. We have 148 of them in use. And with COVID, we haven't moved ahead with this, but the discussions have happened, but our plan is still to have a loaner program for the public access defib. In regards to community paramedic, the 2021 budget includes the community paramedic program at 7 days a week. We anticipate that the LHIN will continue to fund this at 7 days a week, but any change in that funding could potentially move us back to either 5 days a week or canceling that program, but we're hopeful that program will continue. The report we presented yesterday at County Council in regards to community paramedic long-term care initiative, it's not included in the budget, but we will bring back a report on that once if we get approval on it. For PTSD and OSI, operational stress injury prevention, the province back in 2016 launched the Supporting Ontario First Responders Act. It's a key component of a strategy to deal with first responder PTSD, and Grey County paramedics are included in that. And part of that is to engage in strategies to prevent PTSD and operational stress injuries. So what we want to do is continue with the program that we have in place with our peer support program and our consulting psychologist, notification software, clinical oversight. We do have some funds in there this year, again, for a family event, and hopefully we can run that in the fall so they can be more education around early awareness, as well as we built in some funds to support paramedics that are returning to work through our peer support program to assist them when they're returning. For COVID planning for 2021, it includes $430,600 for additional wage and benefit and supply costs. These costs are shown as funded by the provincial grant. And like Kevin said earlier, we just received notification that our last submission was approved. The transfer reserve of $430,600 on the station summary funds 50% of the first year of the response time enhancement. Cost of in-store strike, the cost of the storeroom and strike replacement at Craig Leith, as well as a reconfiguration of a coat locker area at our Meaford base. The 2021 budget includes a transfer to reserve of $611,000, $579,200 to the equipment reserve to fund future capital purchases. Of that, $14,000 for the yearly is $14,000 for replacements of paramedic jackets, which is every 5 years. $15,200 for helmets and bags that have a 5-year replacement span, and $2,600 for snow pants that are replaced on a 5-year cycle. Vehicle operation budget has increased by $4,300, and it includes a $20,100 increase in insurance, but it's been offset by a $20,000 reduction in fuel. For the capital budget, the 21 capital budget has levy impact of $115,300 that includes funding for the Chatsworth base debenture, as well as a reserve contribution of $32,200 to fund future capital repairs at the Owen Sound, Craig Leith, and Chatsworth base, as we identified in our building condition assessment. There's also money there for the new Durham base that potentially we built on the Rockwood Terrace site, $21,300. We look forward to be able to add that new base to our area to help with our operational needs. For capital purchases this year as well, we're purchasing 3 ambulances. We have a fleet of 15 ambulances that are replaced on a 6-year cycle, and they have generally over 275,000 kilometers when they replace them. We have 1 stretcher, which is on a 10-year replacement cycle, and also 20 tablet computers. Thanks.
Thank you, Kevin. We'll turn next to Pat for transportation services, starting at page, I guess, 249.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly, sir.
For you, Mr. Warden, so as I kind of explained last year, our budget is kind of made up of these other kind of mini budgets. So I'm just going through page 249, some of the highlights here. So one item that we just found this year with some of our asset management doing our culvert and catch basin cleaning and that type of thing, we've noticed that some of our outlets aren't as clean as they should be. So a lot of times, the water goes into a catch basin and maybe staff hasn't been following up exactly where that ends up coming out. So we've got another item to do, a little more culvert cleaning this year, which should really help our storm system be more effective. So again, a few increases in ordinary maintenance, just as far as pavement markings and signs. We find that they are costing more money, and they keep having to go up a little bit. The next area of the budget is that construction, resurfacing, and minor capital, which is our big construction budget, the biggest thing of that is just that 1% increase that Kevin had talked about. And I might just share my screen just for a second here, just to go over some of the projects if I can. I've never done this either, but let me try here and see if I can. Where are we here? Can you see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So a few of our jobs here in and around Georgian Bluffs and Owen Sound. So kind of a good mix of jobs, really. We've got two jobs here, 17B, kind of near Nichols Gully, and then up near Wolseley on 17. Those roads are kind of on the end of their useful life, so they really need to be redone. But then we've also got 170 that we had added in here in part of the 10-year capital, and it's got one lift. It's actually in good shape, but we're adding the other lift of asphalt just to maintain its life and keep it going longer. So we kind of try to mix those strategies together and put out larger tenders in the same area. So those are all going out as one tender. We've got a shared project here with Owen Sound. You can see it. Basically, they're starting to upgrade that area. Development seems to be happening out there. So there's some road needs there and a retaining wall that we're working on with Owen Sound. In and around Katy, again, some roads basically at the end of their useful life, pretty rough, some rough drives there. And we kind of put them together in one tender as well. So we talked to our friends in Katy. They're hoping, we put this one early in the year. This is our first job to go out. Hopefully by later in the summer, if Katy Market gets a chance to open again, we will be long gone at that point. On Grey Road 40 here, this is again an overlay. It's got one lift. It's still in good condition. We'd like to get the other lift of asphalt on there while we can. Over in Blue Mountains, you can see over on 19 here, and then there's a blow up here. That blue triangle is a stormwater diversion project. So there was a lot of stormwater coming through a culvert up on Scenic Caves here, and it was just all sitting down at the end in these subdivisions. So the town was getting a lot of issues with flooding and complaints, and then they're servicing some of that area as well. So through a stormwater study that we did with the town was the lead on it. We've kind of rerouted the water, or going to reroute the water through our other culvert. So it's quite an expensive project. I think it's up to about 800,000 now. Mainly because one big reason is that the culvert that's crossing 19, we are going to make a 4-lane culvert for the future 4-laning of that road. So it's bigger. It's going to be a lot bigger than we need right now, but within 3 years, we're hoping to 4-lane that. So it'll be ready at that time to 4-lane. And then a lot of work in and around 19 and 21. So we've been receiving the last 2 weeks all the designs for the utility relocates. Pretty extensive work. We're working on a tender with a consultant for some site clearing and some site prep. So hopefully some utility relocations will happen this year, if not all of them, if we can. Down at the south end here, we've got a lot of bridge work in and around Hanover and West Grey. We have this 9900, the culvert that we had postponed last year. It's going out to tender soon, as well as the other culvert on 9. They are separate tenders because one of them's quite easy and one of them not so much. So we didn't want the easier one that's kind of a box replacement. We didn't want to have to have an advanced team do it. Really, a regular contractor could probably do it. So we've got some barrier project that we're doing with Bruce in the bridges on the west end of Hanover. So that's been a couple of years coming. So we're glad to get that done. And then the Orchardville bridge removal as well. So all those projects are basically the construction and resurfacing budget. So let me stop my share here. And I guess I'm on to 250. Thanks, Kevin. So the supervision overhead budget, the largest increase is really this ongoing new work management and asset management software. It's pretty promising so far. We've been working on it pretty extensively. We have work groups here, and they're trying very hard to stick to our schedule and get it implemented just to give us better decision-making tools. And I think it's going to make a big difference in the long run. Just another notable in that budget, we have cut down quite a bit in our training. We're still going to train our guys as much as they need to be trained, but it's just, road school is not going. We just don't have our training budget also includes the travel and, a night at the hotel or whatever. So that's, we're saving a lot of money on that end, but we're still going to train as much as we can, obviously, to help our workers out. Next would be on page 271, 272 is the facilities domes. The biggest single thing, of course, is the Patrol D facility. We haven't quite acquired the land yet. We feel we're getting closer. And then there's other repairs listed on page 272, roll-up doors and some of those types of things, ongoing repairs of the patrols. The equipment budget on page 273, as you can see in the report, it lists the equipment we're buying. We put off the purchase of those 2 roll-offs. We're going to take a little more time to study the roll-offs that we do have, which initial are very promising, but we just didn't want to get too heavy in without having a good full winter with the roll-offs. So, and the Gradall, there was a report that went through earlier in 2020 where we bought a used Gradall that we got a pretty good deal on. So some of that stuff has changed. And then a sign shop printer and plotter carried over from 2020. Just with everything going on, they never got purchased. So they're getting ready to go to tender now. So new equipment for the sign shop, because the sign shop is very busy. And then at the bottom of page 250, there's a list of equipment that we're going to be buying. On to page 251, I guess. So the asset management budget, which is on page 274. I think the most important thing there, we still have the stormwater cammering that we're doing for asset management. And then we're going to start putting money away. So next time it wouldn't be an increase to the budget. It'd be a fund we pay every year to keep examining our storm sewer condition. And then a fleet strategic review in 2021. As I work with the Climate Change Action Committee, I'm sure it will include a deeper study of exactly what role electric vehicles will have in our fleet, because we really need to think there's going to come a point in the next number of years that you wouldn't want to buy a non-electric vehicle because the trade-in value someday is not going to be what it should be. So we need to make that decision going forward with the fleet group as well. And then the quarry budget, which really is gone now, or on the verge, I guess, that we won't need to have any money to keep the quarry going anymore. I think that's it.
Thank you very much, Pat. I'm going to open things up for questions. If we could get the screen up where I can see everyone again, that's lovely. And maybe to start, I'll just give a shout out to our sign shop guy. I remember when I visited, he was screaming for this this printer, and it looks like he's getting it now. He's going to be busy. I see you have some new signs in your budget, and I noticed that Savannah as well had new signs in her budget. Okay, looking for questions, Councillor Keaveney.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And a question, if I may, for Director Hoy. Pat, I'm just wondering, because Meaford has recently moved, as you will know, to a fleet management leasing program. And I just wondered if the county had ever considered looking at anything like that.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Warden. Actually, we have a meeting on Monday about that. So that's something we're going to investigate as well, just to, as always, see if there's a better way or different way. Yeah.
Who we're meeting with is who Meaford had dealt with. So Councillor Keaveney, so it is the same firm that you had Meaford had engaged with. So that's who Pat and Mike Alguer and myself will be speaking to on Monday.
Well, that's terrific. We look forward to hearing about the results of those discussions. Thank you.
That it, Councillor Keaveney? Thank you. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Just looking at the construction, resurfacing, and minor capital budget, I'm thinking if we were to eliminate the jobs in Georgian Bluffs, we could probably cut the budget in half. That's just an observation. My real question here is the Patrol D new facility. Is the timeline having construction in 2021 realistic, or is that more hopeful than realistic?
Yeah, the timeline now really would be, in my mind, it's property acquisition and probably a bunch of site work, getting ready. I really think construction, probably we're at the point now where we won't get into full-blown building construction until 22, I would think. We're going to try to get it done, obviously, as quick as we can, but we don't want to take any shortcuts either. So, yeah, I would doubt by the end of 21 there'd be a full building there ready to go.
And you're still optimistic that you're going to be able to purchase that piece of property to suit the needs of what is required?
We think so. Yep, we're still working on that front. Yep.
Okay, as I'm sure you're aware, there's some I don't know how to describe it really, but some horse trading going on with some other lower tiers regarding puzzle pieces moving once this happens. So I'm really looking forward to getting this done sooner than later. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milne. It's nothing else. And I do not see any other hands. Okay, that said,
I do see Councillor Keaveney again.
Or is her hand still there from previously? No? Councillor Keaveney, do you have another question?
If I may, Your Warden, another question for Pat. We don't see anything marked in Meaford, so I just thought I'd take a second and ask you in relation to our new school. There was some discussion a while ago about perhaps doing something at that intersection. Is that still on the docket?
Yes, I believe originally, I think in our tenure, it was 2023 that we were going to do work in Meaford. We got an email about that the last 2 weeks from Meaford as well, about the schedule on Meaford's servicing work up there. So that's coming up as well, trying to coordinate those two schedules. But yeah, it'll be, I think it was 23 we had in our 10-year plan.
Thank you. Councillor Keaveney, I'm chuckling because that's the first time I've been referred to as your warden.
A long enough day, I guess.
I don't see anyone else, so maybe it's time to move on. I'm going to turn things back over to Kevin Wepler, who's going to give us an overview of our reserves, and that's at page 277.
Included in here, I'm just going to quickly speak on this. Included in here is our reserve schedules of all our reserves. There's quite a number here, and we're going to do some work on this and try to condense these a bit better. But just really wanted to say, we're showing on our discretionary reserves a projected year-end balance in 2020 of about 49 million, and what's being budgeted here, we're going down to about 39 million. I don't think it'll be that as much. I think there's projects that didn't get completed in 2020 that there'll be funding that'll be returned to those reserves. But we do have a number of projects that have been budgeted to go forward The fire communication project, the Markdale Hospital that we put money away for, the Grey Root store, as well as almost 4 million for the new Patrol D depot. So that we should be expecting it to drop a bit as we're building these reserves for those projects. So, and the obligatory reserves remain strong with development charges, but those future development charges projects are getting closer, those large significant projects. So that Pat's talking about over in the Blue Mountains areas that are coming forward. So that's I just wanted to say the reserves looks good so far, and there's lots of details there for people's information. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Kevin with respect to reserves?
I do see Councillor Millen.
Go ahead, Councillor Millen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Kevin, so in taking into account all of the reserve accounts, how much is there? I guess I could add them up, but I just haven't got that done. A significant amount of money, correct?
Well, yeah, what we're projecting, that's right. To have at the end of 2021, you're looking at, $59 million.
So what I'm thinking here is that prior to establishing the housing reserve, the affordable housing reserve, we were proposing a budget of around 2.1%. So we added the 1% on for the housing reserve. That change has been relatively recent, and that's going to have a real impact on some of the lower tier, well, all of the lower tier budgets. And I'm wondering if there's any appetite from council to dip into these reserves further to bring that 3.1 down closer to 3 or closer to 2, and where we were originally. The reserves are a pretty healthy level. And, it's always a question that I seem to get at some point during these deliberations from somebody in the community that says, why does the county continue to raise taxes when they're sitting on this huge reserve of funds? Now, I know why we, produce these reserves. Obviously, a rainy day fund is a rather simplistic way of looking at it, but essentially that's what it's for. But I just wonder if the reserves are getting a little bit excessive and why we can't draw them back to come back to our 2% increase.
I would, I guess you could look at that, but I look at, you've got huge capital projects that are coming at you with these reserves. Like, for example, I think we're projecting for long-term care, $8 million that's for the new Rockwood Terrace build. So that's going to, once that starts, these reserves are going to look a lot different when they start getting drawn down. So, and there's other big projects, like I said, in development charges will get drawn down that when those projects move forward. So we've been trying to follow our building condition assessments, what say, we've tried to follow those and build our reserves based on that. We don't have those years that all of a sudden we have a huge capital project with no funding for it and have to have a huge tax increase. So doing the best we can, I think, on these, and I think.
Well, and to be clear, I'm not trying to be critical here. I mean, you're doing what council is asking of you, but I recognize that there are huge projects coming down the road, but it's not as if we're going to stop putting money into reserves this year. I mean, those projects are going to take place over a number of years, and there will be continue to put money into those reserves over the years. I'm just wondering, for this year to get over that hump of swallowing the housing reserve or the affordable housing reserve, if there isn't a way that we could use some of these reserves a little more to get that 3.1 down even below 2.5 would be a help, because I know it's going to have an impact on Southgate's budget, and I'm sure it'll impact other budgets as well. I'm just looking for some discussion from other councillors more than anything here. Is there any appetite for that at all, or is everybody sunny-faced and tired of debating this and carry on at 3.1?
I see Councillor Keaveney with her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I appreciate what Councillor Milne is bringing forward. And I haven't had a chance to think about it, obviously, but I support what he's saying and would be interested in pulling these funds from reserves if the remainder of council wanted to support that.
Mr. Warden, I do see a number of hands up, so I'm going to give you a list.
Okay.
Councillor Patterson, Councillor Desai, Councillor O'Leary, Mackey, and Hutchinson.
I did see.
And so ever.
Mr. Warden, could we stop the screening so we can see everybody?
There we go. That's a lot. Well, look at the hands. My goodness. Okay, and I think I did see Councillor Robinson as well. Okay, so let's start off. Councillor Patterson, you're first.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. First of all, I want to say to Kevin and staff, well done. The budget binder was excellent, easy to read, easy to follow, very thorough, and so was today's presentation. And I know it's a difficult time to prepare a budget, especially during a pandemic, new to all of us. I want to say we know people are struggling right now, and I think we have a role to play to help people. And I am in agreement. I'd like to see the levy come in between 2 and 2.5%. Now, whether that comes from reserves or we ask departments to find some savings, or maybe there's one road project that would cover it all. If we could lower it to 2 to 2.5 at the most, I think people would be okay accepting that. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, Councillor Patterson. Next, Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I don't think it's a good idea to take from reserves in order to lower the tax rate right now. I understand that there are people who are struggling. I also know that, at least from a Grey Highlands perspective, we have drawn heavier than normal from reserves in order to lower our tax rate in Grey Highlands. It's just bad fiscal management, and it leaves future councils and future generations as well in a fairly unenviable position. I understand that people are suffering, and many have seen large decreases in their incomes. I wouldn't be opposed to having a program where people who are unable to pay, and most lower tier municipalities have been doing this, where people who have been unable to pay on time haven't been charged interest. So, I think I'd rather go that route rather than using funds from reserves in order to artificially lower the tax rate for this year. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, sir. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Kevin, can you tell me what we've taken out of reserves during the pandemic or because of COVID?
Nothing really. Like, we've been just trying to, unless we pushed a project forward, Brian, that we thought it was a good time. Sorry, Councillor O'Leary. That we thought, for example, I know Grey Roots came forward and wanted to do the floors in their building when they weren't allowing any admissions and stuff. So we've asked to draw reserves, but no, we've been able to, all of our extra costs related to COVID and that the funding we've either got from Safe Restart or specific to those departments has been sufficient in 2020 to fund those costs.
So nothing is the answer that I was looking for. And just to get back to Councillor Milne's point of, we have all this money in reserves for a rainy day. What exactly is a rainy day? Like, we're 11 months into a pandemic and we haven't touched our reserves. I don't know what can be worse than the pandemic that we've just gone through. And so I totally agree with them. If we can take a little bit of money from reserves to get our levy down, I think we should go ahead and do that. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take for this, to use the money for that rainy day, so to speak, whether it's a tornado or a hurricane or something crazy. But I don't disagree with what he's saying at all. I think we should dip into them just a bit to get the levy down. Thank you.
Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden, and I also agree with Councillor O'Leary and Councillor Millen. You know, the reserves are a contingency fund, and I think this is the time that we need to draw down a little bit. Our budget was based on hopefully the county coming in around 2%, so I would welcome that opportunity to get it there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Hutchison. Maybe I'll come back to Councillor Hutchison. I'll move to Councillor Soever.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. Yeah, I support taking a little bit out of reserves because, yeah, right now, based on page 31, there is a summary of the various relief funding that we've received, and we didn't, you know, Kevin was quite right to point out to Mr. Councillor Leary that we haven't dipped into our reserves, and in fact, you know, we have money left over, which we will use up in 2021, but the deficit we have on funding is only about 359,000 as relates to COVID based on this budget. So I'm sure there will be additional provincial funds available for us to apply for, and I hope we do that aggressively because certainly with phase 2 funding, I know Warden Hicks and Mayor Patterson, you guys did very well. You got 985,000 of the phase 2 funding, and you know, so you were able to find and apply for it. And you know, we did very well here in the Blue Mountains as well, and that was our staff trying to find every penny that we put toward COVID. So I think, you know, let's take it out of the reserve. And let's try to recoup it when the province allows us to apply again. And, you know, it's been a rough time. I know a lot of our taxpayers and particularly our small businesses on Main Street. I mean, they're in dire straits, especially with this lockdown. You know, it was better over the summer where they were able to open with proper procedures in place and everything. But now they've had a huge drop in business over the Christmas holiday in the last few months. So, you know, whatever we can do to help them. I mean, this is a very unusual year, and we do have, if you look relative to the other counties around us, we have a fairly healthy position in our reserve funds per household, if you look at it per household relative to the counties around us. So I think there's room to do that, and I think our taxpayers deserve it.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Robinson.
Thanks. I'm really enjoying the conversation overall about this, but I do agree. I think if we look to have a review of our reserves in terms of what we can utilize this year to address our the percentage for our budget, I think it's worthwhile. We've heard many presentations from Savannah and group about the economic climate and our businesses in Grey County, and certainly our residents of Grey County. So if there's an opportunity to address our reserves for our overall budget, I think it is most worthwhile. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. Next is Councillor Klumpus.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And first of all, may I say what a pleasure it has been to go through the prepared material and the discussion today. It's been really, really enlightening. And thank you to all of staff who have put so many hours into it. presenting it this way. I fully appreciate the need for and the importance of maintaining a healthy reserve. But I do agree that this year perhaps is something that we are embarking on a new initiative, which is to be putting extra money into attainable housing, which is in fact a priority as well for most of us. I'm wondering if we could take that amount of money that has been assigned to the Affordable Housing Fund and take that out of the reserve fund for this year. I do support the suggestion that we do look at reducing the overall levy from the county. Our budget is in now, and certainly will make a difference to our residents, and I'm sure to all of the other residents as well, to have that a lower tax levy from the county.
Thank you, Councillor. I see Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. Well, I'm at a loss for words, it seems. To answer Councillor O'Leary's questions, yes, you know what? A natural disaster would be the appropriate time to use reserves, because you're going to be in a position where there's been assets which have been damaged to a point where they have to be replaced. And that's why you would use those reserves, so that you're not seeing a huge fluctuation in the tax rate in order to replace those reserves or those assets which are critical. Another argument that's been made has been that the lower tiers designed our budget based on the county coming in at a certain rate. I think, quite frankly, that is a bit of a weak argument. The county has to consider its own assets and its own interests. We're here to represent Grey County. So I don't think, saying that we expect the county to come in at a certain point, and therefore that's how we designed our budget. I don't know if that's a good argument. Another argument that's been made is that the counties around us are in worse shape, or that we're in better shape than counties around us. We're right now, we're making a decision based somewhat on emotion rather than fact. And I think that is how our neighboring counties got in the position where they are. I understand wholeheartedly that the service industry has taken a hit. Our downtown businesses have taken a hit. My family business, and I'll give you these numbers, we've seen a 85 to 90% reduction in revenues. At the same time, we do have to consider as well that there has been a number of supports from higher levels of government. So, it's to say that we should sit here and reduce our tax rate. I don't think we can afford to do that, really. A recent report from OGRA has shown that municipalities across Ontario are going to be $34 billion in deficit on just roads and bridges. We can't make that up by continuing to draw from reserves to artificially lower the tax rate. The other thing as well, and I can't remember who, someone made the point that maybe we should revisit certain projects and take those off the budget. Unfortunately, a pandemic doesn't cause other issues to go away. Those issues continue to need to be addressed. So we can't just say, well, we can take things off the budget and deal with that issue later. We just end up kicking the can down the road. We need to make hard decisions, because that's why we're here, to make those hard decisions. And I think by withdrawing from reserves in order to artificially reduce the tax rate this year would be taking an easy decision instead of making the hard, but ultimately the correct decision. And the last question, the last point, or I guess it's a question at the end. My question is to staff on whether or not we had a surplus in this previous year, and how that surplus, if there was one, was used. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
If I go back, we were projecting a surplus and it was mainly in the roads and transportation budget with the capital tenders coming in less than what we had projected. So again, we just feel there's a deficit on our capital assets and roads. So we were assuming that would go back into roads reserved for future investments in our roads. But, you know, I hear everybody's comments here, you know, it's a rainy day. So I understand the feeling. So I'm listening and letting council give direction here.
And Councillor McQueen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Warden, and certainly good discussion. And but I will say that we're in extraordinary time, which leads to extraordinary measures. A couple things. I think Kevin brings a really good point that with the long-term care redevelopment, and you know, more specifically, money we've set aside for Rockwood Terrace, is very important to note that that was part of the reason why we were doing that. It was to have that. So, but on the other side, we have, as Savannah and others have mentioned about our tourism and economic environment right now with regards to our businesses and stuff are hurting. I can imagine that those that worked at Blue Mountain, which are no longer right now working, or those that work in the hospitality industry. I know of a particular restaurant in our municipality and who has had closed and then has reopened and then had to do curbside. I asked a question to him is how has this year affected you? And he says, I've lost $250,000. So yes, but if you looked at other sides of the equation, if you're in the construction business, you're going gangbusters. So it has affected certain areas, but I think our whole purpose of why we are, you know, moving forward with this budget for setting aside money for affordable housing, you can imagine probably for those people that are in homes that, you know, are on, you know, low income or are going to be struggling, especially on those, you know, lower end jobs that maybe aren't there, or maybe they haven't been able to work this year. They're going to have some effect there as well. So I think we have to try to take all those things into consideration, because the whole part of what we're doing here is to put money aside for affordable housing. But if those people that are on those type of jobs can't afford, I shouldn't say can't afford it, but you're probably are feeling, you know, a lot of pressure, especially as Barb was saying about how those that were on CERB or have now exhausted that and are now moving toward other social assistance and stuff like that. So I think, you know, sure, there's other people out there that have $1 million homes that it won't really matter to, but you know, I think we have to take the balance, and I certainly support, you know, if we come in at a number, and I think it could be a combination of reserves, or maybe a few things, maybe it could be looked at in the budget. You know, there's, you know, we could give that direction, Mr. Warden, and maybe the option comes back is, you know, I mean, Kevin and staff have done a great job. You know, they always do a great job, and very well presenting the budget, and it's very explainable and all that stuff. So, I mean, is it up to us to say where it comes, or do we say, well, this is where we want to sort of go, and what's some of the solutions can get us to that point? So anyway, I'll leave it at that, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, Deputy Warden. The last person I have is going back to Councillor Hutchison, who had his name on the list earlier.
And I did see Councillor Burley's hand earlier as well, and Councillor Millen again.
Thank you, Mr. Warden, and my comments, the two I had have been discussed, so I will appreciate that, and I'll pass the mic. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Burley.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Without sounding like a tape recorder, all good comments. I agree with most of them. I do agree with Councillor Patterson. Her suggestion of 2.5 sounds like a great idea. Saying that, I do want County Council to remember we are starting to go down a road on a very exciting long-term care redevelopment, and we got to really keep that in the back of our minds. that Kevin Lepper, you're 100% right. Caution about what may happen in the very near future, and just a caution, but I do agree with everybody. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Burley and Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Interesting discussion, interesting who's commenting. I know political stripes shouldn't enter into these discussions, but it's interesting to see who's arguing to cut the taxes and who's arguing to keep them high. Nonetheless, corporate services does have a reserve fund called one-time funding, and it's meant for a one-time project. And I found the comments, I forget who made them now, that we are in extraordinary times with COVID-19. It's a hopefully a one-time or one lifetime event. 0.5% of the levy would be $306,000. In the overall context of our budget, not a lot. There are projected to be almost $1 million in that one-time funding reserve account. To draw that down to even 600,000 would have, I think, the impact to the levy that we're looking for, or most of us are looking for. I don't think it would be too much of a stretch to suggest that this maybe would be a good use of one-time funding. I'm not suggesting that we should make a habit of dipping into reserves to lower our tax rate, or our levy demand, but I think the times do demand that we can use that account in regards to a one-time event. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Milne. And Councillor Desai, I do see your hand, but I want to move things along. Not that I'm not going to allow you to speak. I do want to move things along. I just want to summarize and say I'm hearing sort of three themes. One is no change. Two, take the 1% for the housing fund and take that from reserves. And a third theme is around reduce to a certain percent or a certain number, say 2%, and let staff and direct staff to get that from reserves, and they can come back and tell us where they got it from. So to give a number to staff and they'll come back and say, you're here, but we took it from whatever particular fund. So I'm hearing those sort of three themes. I would like to move the discussion to at least maybe getting some kind of if we're going to make a proposal or a motion or something like that, and then we can have a debate and move things along here. So does anyone want to? Yeah, I see Councillor Mackey.
Thanks, Mr. Warden. I would certainly move a motion that we send it back to staff to come forward with a 2% overall tax increase for the county, and that they look at means either through reserves or through existing budget to come up with that. Thank you.
Right. So if I'm understanding it correctly, Councillor Mackey, we would approve a budget today. What your proposal would be that we approve a budget today of 2%, that it go to 2%, and that staff would bring back a report to us about how we got to that 2%.
Yes, that's accurate, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a seconder for that? And then we'll have a discussion. Councillor Burley, seconds. And speakers now. Councillor Desai, you would like to speak to that? Excellent. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. It's what's the rationale behind 2%? It's above cost of living increase. It's a number that we're plucking out of nowhere, quite literally, and saying, let's pick this number. What's the rationale behind it? The rationale behind what staff has proposed with the 3.1% is here in a fairly thick binder in front of us. So, why 2%? Why not 2.5, which was another number that was put out there? Why not 1.6, which is the cost of living increase? Or actually, no, it's 0.6 this year. The Statistics Canada, or the Consumer Price Index, was 0.6. So why not 0.6? We can't just pick a number out of thin air and say, well, the rest of it, take it from reserves. That's bad fiscal management. And I wasn't going to bring colors into this, but I would like to point out that the it's the color that I come from talks more to fiscal responsibility. And I think that's what I'm proposing here. And I'm proposing we not rob Peter to pay Paul. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, sir. Deputy Warden McQueen.
So I'll sort of speak to the motion, Mr. Warden. I sort of think that as myself making a comment about extraordinary times, we're not out of this yet because as we a year ago, we would never ever imagined that we would be where we are. And I think to those people that are of need, and so, I mean, originally we had a 2% budget, 2.11, and we added 1% for affordable housing. Maybe if we weren't doing that, maybe we'd be looking at a 1% budget. Who knows? But I think we've made the decision that we're going to put money aside for affordable housing. So we are investing in certain sectors of our county, and so maybe in extraordinary times, maybe it should be a 0% budget, but that's not what we're saying. So anyway, I think we're being fiscally responsible, and so saying that, Mr. Warden, I certainly support the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Klumpus.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Excuse me. I think it is council's responsibility to determine where we think that money should come from. Just to say reduce the budget by 2% isn't giving sufficient direction to staff, in my opinion. I think that we've put items on the budget that we want to see. It is our responsibility to take them off if we don't want to see them there. And I would suggest that we use that one-time funding to address the very important one-time funding request for affordable housing. I think that that might be where that might come from. We could take that one-time funding and reduce that from the reserves to meet that additional budget item that council has put on the budget requirement.
Okay, so Councillor Klumpus, that would be an amendment to the motion that's currently on, unless, of course, the mover and seconder would be okay with having that as a friendly amendment. Councillor Mackey.
I would certainly be, thank you, Mr. Warden. I would certainly be in favor of that amendment.
And your seconder was, I believe, Councillor Burley. Where is he? He's disappeared from my screen. Well, no, he's there, but he's not showing a picture. So why don't we continue debate, and maybe Councillor Burley will hear that we are looking for him to have some input here, and we'll just continue with the speakers on this debate.
Mr. Warden, I do see
Yes.
that Councillor Boddy has indicated he has a comment. With regards to a friendly amendment, the first motion was an overall 2% tax levy increase with a report being brought back on or bringing the overall tax increase down to 2% through reserves, and a report be brought back. The one that we're just speaking to now is a lot more specific.
Yes.
So
But
I'm not sure it's a friendly amendment.
Very
Madam
friendly.
Clerk, I'll take direction from you, but what I'm hearing is at least the mover is saying that he would be happy with the suggestion by Councillor Klumpus. So maybe he's withdrawing and putting in a new motion, but I thought I would deal with it as a friendly amendment. If that's not appropriate, then we'll leave it and come back.
I'm going to, what I think I would actually like to see is an amendment to the first motion to say that the original motion be amended to show the money, I think Councillor Klumpus and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, that the money for the affordable housing come from the reserve fund.
The one-time reserve fund.
One-time
I
reserve.
think that Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, I don't mean to disagree with our clerk.
No, that's
but,
okay.
The motion that I heard from Councillor Mackey was one of the three options. One option was no change. The second one was the 1% coming from reserves, and the other one was giving an amount, like the 2% increase, and then having staff perhaps determine where that's going to come from. The motion that I heard from Councillor Mackey was option 3, which is you wanted to fix an amount and for staff to determine how we would make that 2% work. I hear Councillor Klumpus amending that, saying she doesn't think that that's responsible, that we should be responsible for where it comes from, and that she would suggest a change that we do the 2%, but that it come from the one-time reserve.
Okay, so we could be a bit more specific in the motion, the original motion, then to add that language in there that the overall tax increase be brought down to 2%.
Right.
With the use of one-time funding for the affordable housing.
Well, no, I think that was with the difference coming from one-time funding, but I don't think that was tied to the housing
The affordable
fund.
housing.
Right.
Okay.
So that's what I hear Councillor Mackey saying that he would like. The only person I need to hear from now is Councillor Burley, who may have left the room for a second, or maybe he's having some technical difficulties.
He's back now.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Warden. Sorry, I had to leave for a second.
That's okay. Do you
I still
need, sorry.
What I agree the way Councillor Mackey presented the motion. I really I understand where Councillor Klumpus is coming from, but would that not ruin the intent of the original conversation we had, that 1% would be coming from the levy instead of taking it from reserve funds and so on? That's
No,
why
So
Go ahead.
Councillor Burley, I just want to be clear. What I hear Councillor Klumpus saying is that we would go to 2%, but the difference, instead of saying to staff, you figure out where it comes from, she's saying that difference to get us down to the 2% would come from the one-time reserve levy.
Now, I disagree with that.
You disagree with that? Okay. So
I would like
Councillor
to stand as is.
Okay, so we are back at the original motion then. Any debate on the motion, which is we're going to go down to 2% and that the staff are going to determine where it comes from and bring a report back to council. Councillor Desai, I'm going to come back to you unless anybody else has something to say.
Councillor Body.
Councillor Body.
Thank you, Warden Hicks. I hate to be Pollyanna, but I've agreed with absolutely everything I've heard in the last 20 minutes. There's been some great points on both sides, and I agree with all of them. Trying to ask staff to find a 1% reduction, approximately, I think is pretty big. We added a 1% really over the last month with housing, and I agree fully with it. And I think it was pretty brave of the Housing Committee to come up with it and agree fully with it. I liked Councillor Patterson's comment around 2.5. I liked Councillor Millen's last comment about finding a little bit of money in that one-time reserve to bring us down a half, which would get us to approximately 2.5. I'm almost what I would support if there was going to be a change in the motion is that we ask for a report back and what it would look like at 2% and what it would look like at 2.5%. That way it gives us a little bit of flexibility without dipping too much into reserves for those of us that maybe don't want to dip into reserves and still find the way. I'm kind of with Councillor Desai on the arbitrary number of coming up with 2%. So I'd really like to see it both at 2 or at 2.5 and get a feel for it and come back, and then we can pick somewhere in between if that's possible. But those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Body. I'm sorry, I've got a person leaving a message here, so I apologize for the noise. I would say that if that's your position, you would probably vote against the motion. And once that failed, you would probably come back with a second motion with something along those lines.
Yeah, that, yes.
Okay. So anybody else besides Councillor Desai on the motion that's on the table?
I do see Councillor Clumpus, McQueen, and
Councillor Clumpus? Oh, sorry, give me those names again. Clumpus.
McQueen and Soever.
Thank you. Councillor Clumpus.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And again, I certainly agree with Councillor Desai and Councillor Body with regard to an arbitrary 2%. That's why I object to sending it back to staff to just reduce it and bring a budget in at 2%. I think that they've worked very hard to give us a realistic cost of what maintaining the services by the county for the whole of the county is going to cost us. And so I wanted to make sure that if we want to reduce the amount, then we tell them specifically where we think that that reduction should come from. And my original thought was in looking at the 1% corporate budget for the Affordable Housing Fund, which I agree with and support, could conceivably come out of the one-time funding reserve. And that would meet both sides of the argument, reducing the reserves that we are sitting on. And it would also reduce the one-time cost for the tax levy going into the 2021 budget. That was my rationale for it, not necessarily to get down to the 2 or the 2.5, that arbitrary number, but to use the 1% that we have put into the budget for the affordable housing project.
Thank you, Councillor Clumpus. And if I understand your position, you would then be voting against the motion that's on the floor and hoping that something else comes after if that fails. Councillor McQueen.
Thank you,
I should
Mr.
say
Warden.
Deputy Warden, my apologies, Deputy Warden.
That's okay. It's been a long day. It's all right. I can call you Buck too, right? So there you go.
You can.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I speak about extraordinary times. I mean, look at the past year. We're in a lockdown. We've been told to stay home. Tourism is, people aren't traveling. I mean, earlier on in this year, a lot of our municipalities, we implemented a no interest charge on deferring on taxes. And earlier on this year, and now again, right now, our hydro rates are at the low charge rate. I don't think any of us are complaining about that either. But why is that happening? It's been happening because we're in a situation that's most differently than any other years that we have been, governing any years of probably history of those things being in place. And why is that? Because it's the uncertainty of what people are going through and on financial sides and stuff like that. So I think it's us being, thinking about why is that number 2%? Like I said, maybe it should be at 0%, but we know we have to move forward. We have to do things. And, are other people out there getting raises right now? They always look at that is, like, how do you, if things are cost of living is sort of where they base things on, but the cost of living, as Councillor Desai has said, is probably at maybe around 0.6. So we've made the decision to be higher than that or higher than the 0%, just because there's things we need to do and stuff like that. All I'm saying is this is the time to think about, where we want it to land. And again, this is it's a different year than most. So we just got to take that into consideration. Thank you, Mr. Warden.
Thank you, sir. Next, Councillor Soever.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I agree completely with Councillor. To just tell staff we want to go to 2%, make it happen. I mean, that's abrogating our responsibilities. We need to give staff direction, and I think we have a very simple solution here, which Councillor Clumpus has brought forth. The 1% that we added for the Attainable Housing Fund, I think we should enshrine that for this year and future years, but this year be directed that it come from the one-time reserve. And that will not get us quite to 2%. It'll get us to, it'll take us from 3.11 to 2.11, but I think that's close enough. And, you know, it's our job to direct staff to, you know, we don't want to leave this as a staff responsibility to take money out of reserves. I mean, it's a pretty hefty decision, and I'm not suggesting we should do it lightly, because, you know, we are borrowing from the future. But we all know that when times are tough, we might all dip into our bank accounts or reserves to fund ongoing stuff that needs to get done. And, you know, maybe we don't put as much money in our RSP this year if we're not earning as much, right? So it's what we do. And I think, as Mayor Clumpus said, you know, it's our job to provide that direction. And therefore, I'm going to be voting against the motion on the floor, and I would support a motion along the lines that Mayor Clumpus suggested.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I do appreciate you allowing me to speak on this matter. 0% budgets are a thing of the past. I don't think we will ever see a 0% budget for a municipality that continues to offer services, especially when the province is making the cuts that they are making. So to even consider a 0% budget is fiscally irresponsible, not just to today's taxpayer, but also to the future taxpayer. I would argue, in fact, that taking from reserves, we're not being extraordinary by taking from reserves. We're taking the easier way out. We're taking the way out where we're not making the hard decision. To me, that is not extraordinary. Extraordinary people are made through making hard decisions. This is not a hard decision. If we really want to, you know, make a reduction in the tax rate, then maybe we need to look at a service level reduction in order to do that. But, yeah, Councillor Sauer, Collingwood also had huge growths in their, I think 562,000, out of which 98% was put towards the reserve. So not the best example, I would argue. Maybe we need to look at a reduction in level of service. Again, hard decision. I don't think we should do that, but that is a fiscally responsible decision. The average residential Grey Highlands ratepayer would see an increase of $8 a month. There's a number of other things that are happening outside of just not just the Grey County, but the lower tier budget as well. And like I've already mentioned, there are supports from higher levels of government to help people with these expenses. Whereas for municipalities, we've seen our funding cut in many cases. Hydro was brought up that they're using the lower rates only. If Hydro ran into a deficit, we would be, if Hydro ran into a deficit, they would be in a position where they can raise more funds through offering shares on the publicly traded stock market. I remain unaware on whether or not we can do that. If we take 1% from reserves this year, effectively, especially for a recurring expense, effectively what we're saying is next year our tax rate goes up 1% before we've even started budget deliberations, because that 1% has to be made up somewhere. I argue that next year, not only will we still be in a recovery position, because the government has publicly stated that it would be at least until September for every Canadian who wants to be vaccinated to get vaccinated. So around this time next year, we'll still be in a recovery. Times will still be hard. So at that point, we will also, of course, be in an election year. So will we look at that again, at the 4.1 tax increase and say, well, maybe we should take 2% from reserves, because that's the slippery slope we're going down over here. So for those reasons, Mr. Warden, I cannot support the motion that's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councillor O'Leary.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. Well, I'd just like to tone it down a little bit. I'm starting to get a headache. First of all, I want to be clear. Staff have done a wonderful job with the budget, and I'm going to vote against this only because I'm not putting this back on staff. I think we need to give them direction and just be done with it. I also want to say that I'm not voting with emotion. I'm trying to be respectful to the taxpayers that have really had a tough time for the last 11 months. And to be totally honest, I'm perfectly fine with our own budget in Owen Sound. But I think we should all be respectful for some of the other municipalities that are in tough and have a huge increase. And I think getting this down to 2% is going to make a big difference for all our taxpayers. And really, that's the way we're supposed to be looking at this on Grey County Council. Those are my comments. I'll be voting against this motion to take it away from staff. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Mackey, I do see your hand, but you're the mover, so I'll let you be last, okay? I do have Councillor Robinson.
Oh, so to go ahead?
Please, yes.
Okay, well, thank you. So I want to say that I approach this budget very much through you, Mr. Warden, that is. I approach this budget through I have a pragmatic approach. So I'm dealing with this this budget very sensibly and realistically. And I very much appreciate the budget document and the presentation. We do know that staff have put a lot of hard work into it. I will not be supporting the motion at hand. I would hope that a motion comes forward that deals with the one-time funding that can support the affordable housing. And I think that is the approach to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Madam Clerk, just to be clear, I don't see any other hands. And if that's the case, I do want Councillor Mackey to have the last word.
I do see CAO Wingrove with her hand up, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I appreciate all the comments that I've heard this afternoon. I really am so grateful to all of you for the consideration that you're giving this. I also recognize that it is challenging for you to have that, to be able to compare one department's spending with another, or to maybe have that in-depth knowledge of exactly how those reserve funds have been structured and where the most immediate needs are for that money. Like, you're not looking at a cash flow for the reserve funds right now. Absolutely, if you feel comfortable giving staff specific direction, we will take that. If you would be more comfortable in having us come back with some options for you to consider, we can certainly do that as well. And, provide some assessment and explanation to help you make that decision. But I do appreciate all of your consideration this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam CAO. The last word, Councillor Mackey.
Well, thanks, Mr. Warden. And I certainly enjoyed, all the different positions. And my sole intent was at the beginning was to try and reduce this down to 2%. Not knowing the intimacy of all the different departments, and Kim has just spoken to that. That's why I wanted to send it back to staff. But I certainly also understand Councillor Klump's position, and if it's the will of this council, I would certainly withdraw my motion and support a motion that Councillor Klumpus wanted to bring forth if we want to be specific. But in light of what Kim's just said to us, I'm not sure that we shouldn't let it go back to staff with and bring forward the best options, because there may be, this is the first budget I've sat through where we didn't touch any of the departments in any way. Normally we do take away from different departments, but I would like that opportunity for the staff to come back to us, knowing if we've kind of set on a certain amount, having them come back to us with where they can achieve that. And some may be services and some may be through reserves. I would just like them to have that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think we've had very good discussion.
Mr. Warden, I do see, I'm sorry, I do see two more hands up. I do see Councillor Potter who's rejoined us, and I do see Councillor McQueen's hand up again.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just letting you know that I was back. I had no questions.
Councillor McQueen, sorry, I should say Deputy Warden McQueen, I'm just going to ask you to keep it brief.
I will, and thank you. I think in light of what the CAO has said, and I think, at the very beginning of this discussion, I really appreciate the comments that did come back from our treasurer that said those reserves, and we're going to go through a lot of those reserves in the near future. And I really appreciate what the CEO is saying, is to come back with options. It doesn't mean we can't do those things. It's just coming out of the reserves. But I think by staff taking it back and giving us those options, we can still come back. And if that's where we want to land, we can do that. I just think that gives staff some opportunity to sort of, okay, council, this is one option, this is two option, this is three option, and we can still make that decision. And I think that's, to me, I think that makes a lot of sense. And I really appreciate those comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. I think we are ready to call the question. So I'm going to say all those in favor of the motion as it's being presented, raise your hand and so I can see. I see 1, 2, 3. And all those opposed to the motion, 1, 2. So the motion is clearly defeated. Okay, so I'm going to now entertain any other motion that someone else may want to bring. And I'm suspecting, Councillor Klumpus, yours seem to be quite popular. So maybe you would like to put forward your motion. I'm not pressuring you, but it just seemed that that's where a lot of people in their comments were heading. And if I gather your motion, it would be that we reduce the budget, or actually that the budget be changed to reflect that the 1% levy for the housing fund come from the one-time reserve fund, and that the budget be lowered to reflect it coming from that fund. I'm not using the best words, but that was the intention, I believe, correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Warden. Yes, that was the intention, but I really appreciate the CAO Wingrove's comments about that the staff may have some thoughts on this. And so I'm wondering if we could have the motion basically with that in mind, but to have asked staff to come back with a report on the impact of taking the funding that is proposed for the 1% for affordable housing out of the one-time funding in reserve. That would give us some idea if there is something that staff are considering for that reserve funding, that one-time reserve funding, because it's quite true. We don't know what that is in abeyance for. And it would just give us a little bit more information to make that decision. I don't know if I said that correctly, well, but
I just want to make sure that I'm clear about what it is that you're proposing, because I don't want to put words in your mouth. But if I heard you correctly, what you're saying is you want to have staff bring back a report before making a decision on a number. In other words, staff come back with a report about the impact of taking the 1% for the housing fund from the one-time reserve fund. And based on whatever report the staff brings back, we would then make a decision about the number in the budget, the overall levy. Am I correct about that?
That's what I'm thinking, unless somebody has something else to offer. I think
Okay.
Council or CIO Wingroup has their hand up.
Go ahead, Madam CAO. You're still muted.
I'm sorry. If it would suit council, I think if you could allow staff to simply bring back a report and with some options to achieve the 1%. I think we would like to do that if we could.
And I'm gathering that would not require a motion.
I don't believe so. I think we can, Heather.
I think we're in discussions right now. We don't have a motion. And if we still have some questions about the final 2021 budget, then staff could bring back an amending report to what was brought forward today.
Not sure that I understood that, Madam Clerk.
Sorry.
But what I'm hearing though is that staff have heard a breadth of discussion, and staff would go away and come back with a report outlining some options with respect to what I think is council's direction, that we would like to see that 1% come from someplace, and staff may give us some options with respect to that. I see Madam CEO nodding her head.
Yes.
And if that's the case, Madam Clerk, I'm in your hands again, but I don't think that it requires a motion for us to do so.
I would agree.
So point of order, Mr. Warden.
Yes. Who is this?
It's Paul here.
Deputy Warden. Yes, go right ahead.
I thought that was the intent of the motion that we just turned down, was that the 2% was, and it would come back with options. I thought that was the intent of the motion that was just lost.
Yeah. So I see it as slightly different, Deputy Warden, because the previous motion had it at 2%, so it was a fixed number. I see this as being different because it is saying that we are looking for staff direction about what is the best way to achieve the funding of that 1%
Right.
for the housing fund. So
If I
do
may-
see this. Go
Sorry.
ahead, Councillor Compass.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warden. If I may, I see this as an enhancement to the budget, a necessary and important enhancement, of course, but how it's funded is something that needs to be clearer and the council's responsibility. So I would agree with that if they can come back with a focus on funding that additional enhancement to the budget.
Okay, so, and if that's the case, we still have no motion on the floor. I see your hand up, Councillor O'Leary, and I'm hearing that we actually don't need a motion. But Councillor O'Leary, you want to make a comment?
I just wanted to say that when I said I wanted to take it away from staff, I thought I was doing staff a favor. If Kim wants to do this and look at it, then I'm in agreement to that. Thanks.
Okay, great. Then I think we have the direction, which does not require a motion. Staff are going to take this back away. The question, though, is what are we doing with the budget today? Are we simply saying that the entire budget is being, I guess, tabled, pending that report coming back from staff, or are we doing something else? Madam Clerk, could you help me there?
I think we're just looking for further information from staff, and I do see Kevin's hand up, so I'm wondering if he could provide you with some assistance in this process.
Good pass. Mr. Wepler.
Just general comments. I think staff have done a really good job of presenting what they think their needs are, and that they have tried to accommodate service enhancements and stuff they felt are required and all that. And I'm not trying to go against my CAO at all. She's always been here to support me, but I just feel a lot of them are going to say, well, then reduce my reserve transfer for this year, take a pass on it and stuff. And to me, that's no different than we might as well just take this from the one-time funding reserve right now, get it to where you want it to be, and we'll have to deal with the future. And I would, 500,000 was a one-time item. We had, you've actually got 1.8% in here for the affordable housing. If you really want to, there was, staff had proposed 500,000, and that was with the delay in the cost sharing of childcare and some savings that we had in our group benefit package that had been negotiated that you saw yesterday. So, maybe I'm being selfish. I just think if you just want to do this and that's the number to get to, I'm comfortable that with the reserves we have, if you want to pull what you need from one-time reserves, if we ran into really difficult times, we have reserves here that we'll have to make those decisions then and pull them from the departmental reserves and deal with them. But I think we've got lots of staff here with tenders and stuff that are ready to get rolled out and done. That it might be easier if you made a decision today, I guess is what I'm trying to plead and that we can move on. But again, it's council and staff take direction from council. So but I'm just saying, asking some of these departments to reduce service in essence without, adjusting for transfers to reserve or capital commitments. I think you're just doing the same thing in a different manner. But that's just my bit of a rant here, I guess. Sorry.
Okay, so here's a suggestion I'm going to make. Councillor Klumpus, would you be prepared to make a motion that says that the levy increase would be reduced to 2.11% with the 1% for the housing fund coming from the one-time reserves? Would you be prepared to make that motion? And then we can have a debate. People can say yay or nay.
I'll make that motion to put it on the table.
Okay. Can I get a seconder for that, Councillor Mackey? Okay, I'm now open for anyone who wants to make a comment on the motion on the floor. Councillor Milne.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I think that's where I was trying to get to right from the get-go here, although it's been a great discussion, I have to say. I agree with Kevin. I know the one-time funding is going to end up, around that $1 million number. So there's certainly lots of funds there to fund this 1%. It's going to draw it down pretty good. But again, we're going to be putting funds in every year. So this is a recurring thing. So I think we can well afford to do that. And that will get us to the number, or closer to the number that we all want to see, I think, from what I'm hearing, or most of us anyway. I'm sorry, Councillor Desai. But nonetheless, I think this is a good way to achieve the goals that everybody's looking for here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other speakers?
Councillor McQueen.
Oh, yes, Councillor McQueen, Deputy Warden McQueen.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. And I was hoping Councillor Millen was going to speak up again, and he did. So yeah, I think I appreciate the comments from our treasurer. And if this is where we want to go, let's make a decision today and move on, and then allow staff to move on, and we can go from there. Thank you.
Excellent. I see Councillor Desai.
Thank you, Mr. Warden. I'd just like to request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you. And are we ready to call the question? I think we are. I don't see any other hands. We've had good discussion. All right, so Madam Clerk, it's in your hands now.
So we are voting on the motion to amend the 2021 budget, so down to 2.11%, with 1% coming from the one-time reserve for the Affordable Housing Fund. Have I got that pretty much correct, Mr. Wepler?
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Warden, yes.
I think you've got that correct, but I just wanted to make sure that in that we are enshrining that this is something that's going to happen every year, but for this year, the housing fund is being funded by that one time.
Right.
Right. I see a lot of nodding heads. Okay, just want to make that clear. Okay.
Okay. I will do the recorded vote. Councillor Mackey?
Yes.
Councillor Burley?
Or.
Councillor Carlton?
Or.
Counselor McQueen,
Favor?
Counselor Desai,
Opposed?
Counselor Patterson,
In favor?
Warden Hicks,
Yay.
Counselor Clumpus,
In favor?
Counselor Keaveney,
In favor?
Counselor Body,
In favor?
Counselor O'Leary,
In favor.
Counselor Woodbury,
In favor?
Counselor Millen,
Yay.
Counselor Soever,
In favor.
Counselor Potter,
In favor?
Counselor Robinson,
In favor?
Counselor Hutchinson.
In favor?
The motion is carried 82-5.
Okay, thank you very much. Wow. We're at an end, aren't we?
No. Now we do have a motion then to adopt the 2021
Right, okay.
budget as amended.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna need a mover to do what she just said. So moved by Councillor Robinson, seconded by Councillor Patterson. Do we need any discussion on the motion? I hope not. Okay, anyone opposed? Oh, did I see a hand from Mr. Wepler?
Yeah, I just like to confirm what you're now passing would be a net levy budget of 62,342,800, which should represent a 2.11% tax increase.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone opposed?
Opposed?
See, one. So that motion carries.
Mr. Warden, can we have a recorded vote on that?
Sure. I guess it was pretty plain. We had one person opposed.
Well, exactly. We just want that to be recorded.
Okay. Do we need to go through the whole, Madam Clerk,
If there is a recorded vote requested, then we go counselor by counselor. Otherwise, we just show the motion as carried.
All right. There is a request for a recorded vote. So Madam Clerk, perhaps you could take us through the routine.
So we are voting on the full 2021 budget as amended. Counselor Mackey.
Can we go counterclockwise?
Sorry.
Yes.
Counselor Burley.
4.
Counselor Carlton.
4.
Counselor McQueen.
In favor?
Counselor Desai.
Opposed?
Counselor Patterson.
In favor?
Warden Hicks.
Yay.
Counselor Clumpus.
In favor?
Counselor Keaveney.
In favor?
Counselor Body.
In favor?
Counselor O'Leary.
In favor.
Counselor Woodbury.
In favor?
Counselor Millen.
Yay.
Counselor Soever.
In favor.
Counselor Potter.
In favor?
Counselor Robinson.
In favor?
Counselor Hutchinson.
In favor?
Motion is carried 82-5.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And let me just say thank you to all of you. It's been a bit of a day, hasn't it? I see Councillor Soever, you have your hand up. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry. I'd just like to thank Mr. Wepler for his work on this budget and for his many years of service to Grey County. I saw on the AMT CTO website an advertisement the other day for a new director of finance. So I assume from that he is retiring, and I just want to thank him for all the work that he's done and the great work he's done. And I know he's always answered my questions, even though sometimes they were a bit tough. And he's always done that in, with very thorough responses. And I really appreciate all the work he's been done. So I wish him well, and this looks like impending retirement. And I would, just urge that maybe we pass a motion to that effect, that we thank him for his service and the great work he's done for the county over the many years.
Yes, I echo your sentiments. I don't think a motion is necessary, but bravo. Thank you.
Go Red Wings, go. I'm only going to say that once.
May I respond to that? Gordon?
Please, yes.
This whole budget is it's a team. It's a team behind me that I have to really thank. They've worked hard and they make me look good. So, but I greatly appreciate the comments, Councillor Swever. I appreciate it, and I have to say it means a lot coming from the town of Blue Mountains, because we've had our challenges over the years, and so I very much appreciate that. And like I said, the senior management teams, when it comes to budget, I'm sometimes the red tape around here, and I'm sure I frustrate them, but at the end of the day, they're very helpful and respectful, and they do think of us as the corporation and work together as a team. So again, I the budget needs to be thanked to all the staff involved. So thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And so I too thank you, and I thank all of the staff, but I also want to thank council. I mean, I'm really, this has been a good day in my view. We've had some very good discussion, very good vetting of the issues, very thorough. And I just want to say thank you to everyone for making that happen. And we are done before 4 o'clock. So that's a good thing too. Anyways, we're looking for one final motion, moved by Councillor Klumpus and seconded by Councillor Burley, that we adjourn. Anyone opposed? No. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thank you
Stay
all.
safe. Stay safe.
I'm surprised we didn't call for a recorded vote.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Have a great weekend.